Ah. Hey, hey, hey. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. You need to hear that. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hey, 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 hey. Test, 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 test. 1 2. No, no.
check, hey. Hey, hey. Check, hey, hey. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Haha.
Good morning, everyone. We're starting our first session in 5 minutes, inshallah. Thank you. Uh, can you please have your seats? We're having our session anytime now. Please, if you can have your seats. Hello.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. So, welcome to this session about the intersection of research and innovation in Qatar. I'm Dr. Alan. I work for HEC Paris in Qatar as a senior research fellow and entrepreneur in residence. That's why my badge is about the startup, not about a partner, because I have a booth there. But the idea of this panel is to discuss the intersection of these two different but complementary worlds, which is academia and how we translate that into industry and commercialization, right? So we have our esteemed guest, Dr. Othman. He's a professor of marketing and consultant in marketing at Qatar University. Ghanim Al-Sulaiti from Imbat Holdings. He's the founder of Imbat Holdings. I will let you maybe first, Ghanim, just give us in a nutshell what's Imbat Holdings, and then we go with Dr. Othman.
Well, thank you so much, and I'm so happy to be hosted here today by QRDI, and always a pleasure to come here and talk about innovation and entrepreneurship as well. So, Embat Holdings is a vegan investment company that I started back in 2016 with the idea to change the narrative when it comes to food and sustainability, and we try to create different concepts that can cater to the need of societies nowadays by implementing different ideas that can change people's mind when it comes to how they consume food and how they consume products. So yeah, Embat is a 9 companies portfolio, and they all focusing on different sectors in the sustainability field.
Thank you. That's great. And Dr. Othman, can you elaborate a bit more of what type of work you do?
Yes, my name is Athman Dawadi. I'm a marketing assistant professor at Qatar University. I am focusing on more research in terms of B2B research and localizing our research idea within the College of Business. Also, I have a role as a leading faculty for the business engagement at the College of Business. What we do actually is trying to bring in the college and the faculty and also our student community closer to all the ecosystem, whether it's an industrial or entrepreneurship ecosystem. So we have an engagement with different level of the government, institution, and with direct businesses. And I'm happy to be here, and thank you for the invitation, and I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you. Following with you, I want to ask you about how do you see the role of academic research done specifically in Qatar University driving the Qatar's ecosystem? Are you see that some of the research projects are taken by the industry, or Qatar University is doing something to support these projects to go to the market? How do you see this role?
Well, like many things in life, academic research has a misconception in the market. It's not normal research. It's not related to business startup research right away. One of particular change is or difference is that the immediate result, like businesses have time and they want to have research that guide them today or maybe tomorrow maximum, because time is money, where academia research has a long-term approach. However, they both needed in the market. You need this immediate from business institutions, business research companies. You need this feedback because you're going to business, you have ambiguity in your day-to-day operation. So you need this instant clarity or whatever decision making you are making. However, with the academic research is a long view. So whether you're making this small step left and right, the academic research can give you the overview over a 5 years period, 6 year period, and also from there you can guide the next 10, 15 years. So it's a different misconception about the immediate need, but both are needed. And sometimes we are asked, or we are perceived to be a research company that need to deliver within a few weeks or 10 days. And this is how we get mixed up with but it both needed and both are important and play a major role.
That's great. I know Ghanim because he's also doing an MBA at HEC Paris, and we wrote a business case about his company. But I know, so Imbat Holdings is also like a conglomerate of different vegan concepts, like evergreen organics, milk, and I don't know all of them. But some people might see like F&B concepts or vegan concept in the F&B industry are very traditional. It's just, I mean, how do you see that you are, or which type of activities you are doing in the innovation side? Are you also working with some academic partners, or you have R&D inside Aimbad Holdings? How do you do that part?
I think when we launched the businesses, we had the idea to create concepts that not only can create alternatives option for people when it comes to dietary needs, but also when it comes to people behavioral changes when what they want to eat. For their lunch or dinner or breakfast. And I believe that food is a huge sector that is not being talked about enough. Food is something that a lot of innovation has been put into it, but not necessarily we've got healthier as societies. And I always want to link innovation with health and how the more innovation we put in creating new type of food, we need to think about our health and how is it affecting our well-being and our wellness. And I think this is the conversation that I always love to keep ongoing when it comes to my businesses and how we can introduce new ways of eating with still keeping the health as the first priority. And through the creation of my holding company, I've realized that I have a bigger impact, not only by serving food in my restaurants, but also by creating solutions for the societies through industries and institutes like the QRDI or through different platforms and organizations in Qatar that help us to have more R&D in our businesses. So we try to as well focus on getting different ingredients, working with farms, working with different hydroponic farms as well in Qatar by producing different kind of vegetables, different kind of fruits that is not necessarily grown in Doha. This is where my R&D is very important because it's something that, again, it could be so simple when we talk about technologies nowadays and we talk about the latest inventions. But I think in the food sector, we just have to go back to the basics and use technology to assist us to go back to the basic, especially as we live in societies now where we are far away from where our food is coming from and how our food is being grown. So my business is there to solve that and minimize that gap that we have that we see on a daily basis, and people are facing that and without a proper solution. Again, I have businesses in F&B, but I also have businesses in packaging and in manufacturing packaging. And that's where R&D comes in as very, very important.
And actually, I was going to ask about that because if you have to define innovation, what is innovation inside Aimbad Holdings? Because we're speaking, as I'm hearing you, about innovation in processes, in marketing. It's not merely about technology innovation, right? So maybe that's one of the first things that we also need to look at, right? Which type of innovation Aimbad is doing.
Well, I believe innovation is a subjective word. I think sometimes, so I run different businesses. We have a wellness company that serves, that creates skincare products, 100% vegan or organic skincare. Where is the innovation in that? The innovation is in the, the dependence of, let's say, on the ingredients that can make a difference in somebody's skin. And we have done a lot of research and investment in trying to create products that not only natural and organic, but also have very effective solutions. So when it comes to skincare, there is innovation that is different than it comes to food, than it comes to packaging. And I think in each sector, innovation is about taking the norm and trying to destruct that and then rebuild that again and introduce new ways in your own society. Because I believe as well, innovation in LA and New York is completely different what innovation is in Doha, and what we need here as in our society, and what the Qataris and the locals and the people who lives in this region needs. So I think we can define our innovation differently and what suits us best.
I think that's very important because, for example, I do research on social sciences, which is about business, entrepreneurship. I'm in a business school. So sometimes the expectation to fund research and transform that into innovation is that you need to be developing patents, IP, this type of thing. And we are not actually this type of researchers, but we also are innovating in other different areas. And I think that, I suppose that applies in the industry. You also need to look at that. Um, some don't know. I mean, I don't know many of you. So at the early stage of my career, I work in a startup that I was doing product research and development. They became a unicorn some years later, and this when I was inside this company, the company was purely marketing company. They don't manufacture. They don't do no. What they do is they actually research a lot about the product, define the specifications, and then they find the manufacturer in the different parts of the world. So the business becomes marketing. So coming back to the marketing side, are you aware of any innovations or research projects that have come from Qatar University that now are collaborating or have become a startup in the ecosystem?
At Qatar University, I'm also a member of a committee that review projects or innovation going for a patent, full patent. They all have professional patent, and they come to this committee, and we review their market study and everything. So I'm exposed to many innovations on, let's say, every semester, maybe 10 or 15 that gone beyond just professional patent. We have also seed company, part of the Qatar University, where they also take companies elsewhere to the next step, establish businesses.
The seed office, right?
Yes, the seed office. So what we have is sometimes, let's say about the problem. We have so many ideas, but when you talk about university, you have this wide range of innovation. I sat in this committee, and I've seen things about plastic. I've seen things about gas and adhesive. I've seen things about medical, and you cannot, within our system and the economy, is just to be ready for all of that. And I see some model in the universities where they tap into the resources of the market, and they hire companies where they link those innovation to a startup or a business that is closer to their business. And you'll be surprised, when we deal with innovation, we want to deal with an R&D, as you mentioned, R&D. And believe it or not, some institution, they don't know or they don't have an R&D, and not small ones. And that's by itself. This has come to one innovation in a certain industry. I'm not going to specifically ask. They mentioned they are in talk with international company, and we have a local company that is pioneer in that field. So I asked the inventor, why don't you talk to this company, X and Y? They said they don't have an R&D. And that by itself closed the whole doors, because there's no people to talk to about these things. So the ecosystem, universities need innovation, need an R&D in every field, in every sector. If you don't have an R&D in one sector, that means you don't have a door for the inventors, for the university to knock on. They can talk to the VP, they can talk to the president, to talk to anyone. Nobody will understand them if you don't have an active, real R&D exist. Not outsourced, exist. So that's one of the things we face in the market and ecosystem.
Right. And can you elaborate as well on if there's any research or innovation that has been particularly fruitful for INVAD Holdings? Dr. Othman?
Sorry. With Imbat, I just apologized to him before the session. I said, my student knocked on your door so many times, but now I'm going to say it because we see Ghanem and what he built in the last now 9 years or so. It's something to be proud of. And I always ask my student to go, especially to his paper factory, because this is I teach B2B, and I also do research in B2B. I worked in B2B before. And so for B2B, students have to see something in front of them and talk. And he's been very generous in meeting our student. Back to your question, just to remind me, you ask about...
what are you working on with INVAD?
Yes, we work in so many things. As a business school, we also like to meet with the businesses, and we develop like a series of meetings. We meet with the inventors. We try to host some competition as well, and we do R&D based on the market needs. And it's a need-based approach. Whenever we meet with a client, they are ready, they are willing. And the way I sell our research capability is, as just recently we had a meeting with a local bank, they always reach out to Europe, USA, elsewhere for specific tiny, let's say, expertise in a very niche area, fintech, all of that. And they don't come to our universities or the here or Qatar Foundation to start with. And what often they see is that people come with not so much knowledge in that field or not so much knowledge in the market. So whatever they deliver, this big mismatch. And I told them, you have to come to us, even if we are not 100% ready, make us ready with you, and we'll be good for you for the 10, 15 years. So invest in research as a business, invest in the faculty, invest in the student. Student just, I don't want to take much of my time, but since 2016, I work with my one class, e-marketing. We built what we call an Arabic content on Google Maps. Every year, I have dedicated one class to go and sign up in a Google local guide program. And I asked them specifically, only add local businesses. And they've been doing it since 2016. And we prepare that for the World Cup. And over a year, like every semester, we have about 2,000 pictures, because what I notice is that we build content in a closed applications with a snapshot, Instagram. You have to have people to know what you're doing. So I told them, okay, you have this capability of going outdoor, you're taking pictures all the time, you're enjoying your life. When you go outside your home, you see Aswaq al-Firjan, that don't go far. Just take a picture, make sure this business exists on Google Map. If it doesn't, add it to the Google Map. Addition, we have like an average of 100 business every semester. And since then, we have done enormous of pictures, businesses. So this is another advantage of the university. We have a manpower, not after, within our campuses. We can deploy them to do a lot of work. And this is just one example of what we have done in one class with Google Map.
Can I add something to that? I just want to say that thank you so much, first of all, for sending your students to us, because it's very important. And that I want to say this because since 2016, since we've launched the businesses, we have been very much focused on how to improve our core business model. However, when I meet with the students and they come in with their own questions, concerns, projects, they allow me to re-question my own, let's say, strategy and how I want to move forward. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for sending them. But also, recently, I've been working with the Ministry of Technology, and they have this amazing hackathon that they've been doing, I think, every 3-4 months. And every quarter, they have a specific theme that they are focusing on. And recently, they were focusing on food. And some of the students came up with these amazing technologies on using AI to explain, let's say, the story of a menu item on a dish in any of the restaurant. And I believe by them being able to come and approach entrepreneurs like us and introduce those technologies in, let's say, a small cafe in the Pearl, for the student to see the impact that their technology have on a small group of people, then implementing that with, a bigger restaurant and then suddenly grow from there. I think that's where the message I want to send today for all the entrepreneurs out there, and I'm sure there's so many have done that, but not enough, to open their doors, to open their businesses for the students to come and do experiments, to use your platforms for them to test their business in terms of technology or in terms of entrepreneurship and innovation. Just want to highlight that because it's very important, and I've seen the impact it has on these students that are 16, 17 years old. We didn't have that chance when we were, at that age, and I think it's very important to give the chance for those younger generation, because they're gonna bring so much value to the economy in 10 years from today, if they get that, I would say, fresh that start at a restaurant like mine or a business like any of the entrepreneurs here today. So.
Yeah, and actually, I want to highlight that Qatar, speaking about the integration between academia and industry, Qatar has a great position in the educational side. We have great universities. Qatar University is the home government-funded university, but in the private sector, in Qatar Foundation, we have 8 international universities, like Texas A&M, Will Cornell, HEC Paris, and so on. That some of them I see around someone from SNUNU, they are actually getting fresh graduates into the to work with them, and I see that you are also then tapping onto that. Then I have research assistants that are from other universities working with me in project. So I think the embeddedness between academia also to help them integrate to the market and then innovate in different things that the company is facing challenges and all of that also adds value, right? So my question again for you, Ghanem, is I see that Qatar is also increasing the research investment infrastructure, mainly through QRDI, since they took the Qatar National Research Fund. They come up with also new programs. And what's your perspective? Because of course, I've been here only 3 years, but the gentleman grew up here all their lives. So how do you see that this commitment from the government to invest in research projects is it getting fruitful results? How do you see the next steps for the country to tap onto this area?
See, I want to be honest as well here because I think for the past 12 years we have seen so much investment being directed into different areas and different industries and different organizations. And I think us, the society, and I've been discussing this with a few fellow entrepreneurs in the past few days, that I think we didn't realize the amount of the foundation that was created for us. We didn't realize the size of it and the level of it until literally in the last 2 years. I think the last 2 years we've realized something, all of us, the entrepreneurs, the amount of investment that was put in at that time, we didn't take it seriously at that time. And I think nowadays we can really feel it, and we can feel the value that it's created after all of those kind of, let's say, challenges and of creation of any organization or funds or even ecosystems, I would call them, just like the Cubic and QDB and all of these amazing incubation centers. So I always want to say this as well, that us, the society, we have to also believe in the investment that's being put in. And I feel nowadays, especially the last few months, and I have amazing people here that can share the same thing with me, and I can see the enthusiasm and the way they are taking this more seriously, and they see this as a pillar for more not just innovation, but absolute creations that can make the value of the Qatari market even bigger than what it is today. And I hope that everyone else can see those opportunities and capitalize on them. We are as entrepreneurs, but also we need more people to do that because Qatar is a small city. Doha is a small city, and I think we need to have more people to take the advantage of these amazing opportunities in these organizations.
And I think it's part of the Qatar national vision, right? To diversify the economy. There are some strategic sectors like agriculture, mobility, and so on. And I think I might be a bit biased, so I want to ask Dr. Othman, because I spent so much time researching the ecosystem that that's why I think maybe I can be biased. But I want to hear from another academic. Like I see that the government, different government entities, like he mentioned some hackathons from the Ministry of Communications and IT. Cubic is part of Qatar Development Bank. Then there's Qatar Science and Technology Park in Qatar Foundation. So we have different government or semi-government entities supporting entrepreneurs. But what's happening actually inside academia? Do you see, because Qatar University 2 years ago, more or less, they created the seed office, which is in the president's office of Qatar University, serving all the different schools to support them with funds, with mentorship, and all of this. Do you feel that inside Qatar University, the research is going through seed mainly, or from also outside partners like MCIT, QDB, QSTP? Do you saw a change since seed office was created?
I think what we created when we have the seed office is we created a counterpart to the existing structure outside the university. And this is the starting point, because now we have an office that can talk to all the partners in the market instead of colleges or different individuals. So unified, the communication is a key in this category. But to me, it's we need to jump quickly because ideas are now. You cannot wait for the structure to be ready. You cannot wait for everyone to be ready. University, as a Qatar University, has a largest campus, student population, faculty and student population in Qatar, and you need to be. I mean, we need to do more, honestly. But it's an excellent step, and hopefully in the future we will be more entwined with everyone else. We don't have these different settings. It's just one window, what they call one stop for everyone, every entrepreneurship, whether it was student or outside student. When you categorize student, you kill some project because you have some students, some former student, and then you start telling people you qualify, you don't qualify, and they get into this game of things. But we should do more and look into from business down, not from us how we operate and going to the market. And this is totally different approach. But this is an excellent start, and we hope to do more in the future.
That's great. I think it has been a good conversation. We run out of time now, so I just wanted a big applause from the guests. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Our next session will start in 5 minutes at 10:35. Thank you so much.
1, 2. Okay. Good morning, good morning. Can you hear me from the back? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are the most favorite group of people in the whole summit for being here right now because you know the importance of the subject. You know why intellectual property is important, and you have made it a point for you to be here today. My name is Rosina. I am the senior IP expert at QRDI. If you are obsessed with ChatGPT and you say QRDI IP, my name is gonna pop up. I'm responsible for intellectual property policies, their implementation, and we work with different stakeholders, mostly the ones that we provide funding to. Joining me today is a distinguished panel spanning from government, industry, academia. We have a professor, inventor, startup owners. We have got product developers. We are in for a treat today. The sad news is that we only have 30 minutes, but the good news is that we are going to learn about intellectual property management, protection, strategy, commercialization within these 30 minutes. And I would like you to be very attentive because this is a rare treat to have a masterclass of 4 different types of IP strategies and courses in 30 minutes. So let me introduce to you the distinguished panels that we have today. To my immediate left, I have Ms. Amna Al-Kwari. She is the leading director at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. She is the Director of Intellectual Property Rights Protection. She is also an expert in international trade policy, having worked before with United Nations in Geneva. And also she is responsible for all matters related to intellectual property protection. She's going to tell you more about the mandate of the ministry, what she does, and the key aspects of the work that she does on a daily basis. Welcome so much, Amna.
Thank you, Rosina.
Next to Amna is Dr. Samar. Dr. Samar is a distinguished professor. He's an inventor. He is a CEO of a startup. We are so privileged to have him here today because you will hear the story of a researcher who has shown that research is beyond publications. It's also to do with commercialization, the creation of startups, companies, and we are so proud to have you here, Dr. Samar, because your story is one of the success stories that we want to showcase in the forum here and beyond, and also for other researchers to actually know that researchers can go beyond publications, and what you have done is incredible. So welcome so much, Dr. Samar.
Thanks so much. I'm really glad to be here.
And then we have Ms. Abia Al-Hamadi. She's a colleague, a friend, and I'm so proud to have you here today, Abir. Your story is also incredible. She joined Qatar Foundation in 2008, and in 2011, you were the first IP manager for the first technology transfer office in the country. 2015, Abir created the first and only national IP assistance program where you help startups and especially SMEs, entrepreneurs to understand more about IP and how they can manage that. And now she's leading the Innovation Center at Hamad bin Khalifa University, HBKU, where she's working with different stakeholders, partners, to kind of bring about the ecosystem of startups in the country to a very good level. So welcome, Abir. We're so happy to have you.
Rosina. It's a privilege to be with you. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Amar Ali. He is a software developer with over 20 years experience in software development, and 13 years of which have been in product development. And you have showcased so many products that you have developed at Muwasalat. Muwasalat, for those who don't know, is if you see the big buses, Karwa, the taxis, that's Muwasalat. He is developing all the majority of the products there. He's instrumental in the creation of the products that are enabling the buses to be moving around, to be routing around the country. Today, he's going to showcase to us some of those products, including the product that has been commercialized from one of our academic institutions, our research institutions, QCRI. And this is another success story of the collaboration between academia and industry. And he is here to showcase the importance of the collaboration and how it can bring about great results for the ecosystem. So welcome, Mr. Ali.
Thank you so much.
So to kick off our discussion today, I would like us to talk about the national framework. the starting point of intellectual property, once we have outcomes, we need to be able to protect them. We need to be able to secure them so that they are not lost. And today, Ms. Amna is going to talk to us about the mandate of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, especially the department that she's leading. What is it that you do, Amna? What is the mandate of the ministry? Because this is very important to clarify, because we have got different departments in the country being small. I'm from QRDI. People come to me for IP protection questions. I direct them to you. We need to understand the demarcation. What is your mandate as the director of the ministry?
Thank you, Rosina. I'm honored to be here today. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry play a crucial role when it comes to IP protection, and the mandate, we are working on three different pillars. The first pillar is the implementing the policy and regulation when it comes to protect and safeguard the IP. And when it comes to IP, we are talking about the different aspect of IP and to encourage innovation and creativity. This is the first aspect. The second aspect, we are working on the facilitation of registration, and we are here overseeing trademark, industrial designs, patent, copyright, and industrial designs and industrial IP in general, from a holistic point of view. Also, we are overseeing trade secret and everything related to IP when it comes to commercial and innovation aspects. The third pillar, we're working on enforcing these regulation and laws, and by preventing infringement and comforted products by education and raising awareness and campaigns, and another different campaign, which is the inspection campaigns. We have to look into IB as very precious, very important, as it is intangible assets. That's why we have to protect our assets by profiling these IP and register them.
So there you have it. The office is responsible for protecting the IP assets, managing the administration of the assets, making sure people are not infringing, enforcement, bring about awareness, which is incredible, because if you don't protect your IP, it's as good as you losing it. You have something that is precious, you need to protect it, and this office is responsible for that. So we encourage people to file their registrations for their protection of their IP with the office. Now, Dr. Summer, you have protected your research outcomes. Dr. Summer, by the way, he, as I mentioned, is a prolific researcher, but he has also patents, right, Dr. Summer? You have patents that you have protected. You see the importance of protection. What I want you to share with the audience is, what is it that you found important? Why did you think it's important for you to protect your invention, and also to talk about your company? How did it come about? I want us to know about the journey from you creating the invention, protecting it, and actually commercializing it through a startup.
Thanks very much, Rosina. It's really nice to be here. In fact, as you mentioned, I was doing my research as usual, and my field is combustion and emissions. So pollution, reducing emission from different combustion engines. When the period of preparation for the World Cup, there was tremendous amount of construction and pollution due to the trucks and construction equipment all over the country. So I thought, since this is my field of research, I should contribute something to this. So I got the idea of developing what we call smokeless exhaust tube that prevent the smoke 100% from diesel engines, in addition to reducing other greenhouse gases by 30%. I got the idea from the nature. Because when you see a dusty day, and then after the rain, the weather become clear. How? Because the water capture that dust and go to the ground. So I did the same into the exhaust of the diesel engine. And once I developed the prototype, we tested with the students at Qatar University. The first thing I did is to protect it through the IB office, and here many people have helped me. Have to mention Dr. Ayman when he was the director of research office at Qatar University. And we filed the patent. They helped us to register at the US patent and also in the Ministry of Commerce and Trade, as Mr. Amna mentioned. Then we moved to the to apply it on the real life world. So here again, I would like to thank the industry in Qatar because they welcome us. For example, the dealer of Tata company, Al Hamad Automotive company, and we tested the tube on a real bus, Tata bus, for almost a year, and we managed to eliminate the smoke from these buses. Everyone here living in Doha knows that this type of buses are very pollutant. After that, at Qatar University, there was a turning point to commercializing the invention. So they allow us, by changing the policy, to establish a startup company. And then I was the second. It was the second company to be emerged from Qatar University. It's called Clear Exhaust. It is registered at Qatar Financial Center, and I am the founder and the CEO of that company, based on this invention that it's emerged from the research. And now again, I have to thank the seed office that helps us to this transition. And we have here Dr. Hanin. She was part of that office. So it is really a group work. It is not only me. I did the research, I did the invention, but without the help of all that ecosystem around, I wouldn't achieve that. And now we have started having a pilot sale to the Ministry of Municipality, the trucks of the Ministry of Municipality, to eliminate the smoke from these trucks. And I hope we have more sales in the future.
It's an incredible story. I think as an IP expert myself, I always pride myself when I look at research outcomes like you, like what you have, and the story that you have made until commercialization, because we know that having a patent in itself is of no value unless you do something with it. So for you to come up with actually a product that works, to have a startup, that's an incredible story. And the value of collaboration with different entities, the people, the ecosystem. I wanted to talk about it with Ms. Abir. If you look at startups like Clear Exhaust, for example, there are so many dynamics to it. You talk about market dynamics, the capabilities of the team, you talk about investment. What is the role of IP when it comes to helping startups for them to be successful?
Yes, thank you, Rosina. First, I agree with you that when it comes to the success of the market, it depends on many factors, not only IP. So many people underestimate the value of IP. What I'm trying to sell to the people that you have to focus on IP for two reasons, especially if you are a technology-based company. First of all, we all know that science is a universal language. While some regions are known to be more innovative than others, original ideas could come from anywhere. So if you are part of this region and you are trying to sell your science and technology, once you have a US patent or a Europe patent, it signals the originality of your idea. It says that your idea is as original as those created in other regions that people perceive as more innovative. This is one. Second, most technological companies have a global reach, and for you to go outside and beyond your region, and you need what we say like a smart investment. And we know, like in terms, unfortunately, and I attended the session yesterday, that the region still lack this specialized money. So if you want to be successful, and when you have a good protection, you signal you are ready for international investment, because the international investment to do a very a specialized due diligence. They look at the details. So if you took care of your IP from the beginning, you have a good patent, you have good drafted claims, signals that you are ready to reach the international market beyond Qatar and the region.
And would you say this would form part of the IP strategy of the startup?
Yes, yes. And in general, as a strategy, I always advise As I said, think early about IP. If you are a professor like Dr. Ahmed, as long as you have results, talk to the people in your university, your tech transfer office, your IP office, and try to protect. Make sure that you own your idea. For example, if you are dealing with partners, make sure they assign the IP to you. Your contracts are clear. And don't overprotect. Think about big markets. This is are the generalized advices.
Thank you, thank you. So I wanted us to shift the direction to industry now because Dr. Amar, sorry, Mr. Amar, you are from industry, from Mawasalat. You have got products that you're actually commercializing. One of which we are very proud, by the way, within Qatar Foundation, we are very proud that you are utilizing one of our own inventions from QCRI. And this is a success story. We are very proud. And I want you to highlight the importance of you working with the academia, especially by utilizing IP that is coming from academia, because usually industry shy away from collaborating with academia. They feel like, what are the researchers going to tell us? They're just doing publication. But this is a case, a story that you can tell and other industry can actually emulate from, that it is possible to work with academia for success. Tell us about the products, and please highlight the one that is actually coming from QCRI.
So we have almost 3 products. One is Mursal, that is a taxi dispatch system. The other one is Rahal, which is school and events, bus transportation, fleet management. And the third is Metro Express, which is like we developed for Qatar Rail for Metro. From Karwa taxi booking application, you can now book Karwa Metro Express. On all of these 3 products, we are heavy users of QCRI Karta product. So in Rahal, for example, we import data of students and passengers either through API or Excel sheets. We import it with another Baladia. We get the addresses from Baladia, geolocation. Then we use the QCRI Karta application to get ETAs and distance metrics. And then we create automatically. And it's all automated. There is no human intervention. So we create those distance matrices. We optimize the routes. We assign automatically the students to stops. We assign vehicles to routes. We assign drivers to vehicles. And everything is automated. Then there is final check by somebody in the BOC, which sees that everything is okay, the students are assigned. Then parents can log in through Rela application and can see the journey of their students, that they are picked up from the home, dropped off at school, then reverse journey to the home. All is automated and very heavy usage of Karta. Then we have Metro Express, where we are optimizing journey time for passengers. When you are booking from metro stations, our taxis, Metro Expresses, everything is optimized using some of the work and some of the work that we have done, integrating QCRI product with us. In Mursal, that is our taxi dispatch system, it is heavily using QCRI's Karta product. So we are actually very heavy users of QCRI. And not only that, we are saving a lot of money. Yani, if we do this through commercial providers, it would cost us a lot of money. And the money stays within the country. It's changing the pocket within the ecosystem. So it's not only that. And we have more opportunities to work together with, especially QCRI, because we have a very strong relationship with them. I used to talk with their personnel every now and then. So it's any more opportunities like address search. All ride-hailing services in Qatar need address searches. It has to be smart enough, the neighborhood search, nearby search, everything. This is an area where I think more opportunity is there for collaboration, for working together in ensuring that we have a very good ecosystem for other startups as well, and even our competitors.
This is really good to hear, because when I joined Qatar Foundation, the IP office at Qatar Foundation, we started with changing the mindset of researchers. How do we make them think of IP don't disclose quickly, protect first, let's manage this. Now we are at a stage where we're actually commercializing, developing, coming up with startups, working with industry. I mean, these products are not just abstract ideas. These are solving society problems. You're helping parents, you're helping children with the routing of the buses. You're making money out of it. You're saving money out of it. We are getting some royalties out of it, and everyone is benefiting. It's a win-win. And I think the best way to look into IP is an asset that can really change the society, not only on the economic level, but also from the society perspective. And this is one way to demystify the issues that surround intellectual property. Now, I would like to come to you back to Amna. You have talked about the mandate that you have at the ministry. I'm sure there are certain challenges because to be able to have an ecosystem that is thriving, you need to have the right issues in place, put in place. From your perspective, what challenges do you think, one or two challenges on it, just because of time, one or two challenges that you face, and how are you handling these challenges within the ministry?
Thank you, Rosina, once again. There are many challenges, but the issue is that once we clarify one or we recognize the challenge, we try to set a strategy to solve the challenge. For example, we have challenges enforcing the IP. We are facing piracy and counterfeit products and products that is full of the markets actually. We have inadequate legal frameworks. We are facing limited resources when it comes to cooperation with the international organization and enforcement as well. So in our strategy, when it comes to legal frameworks, we are working on update them. We are working to update our domestic laws. Actually, since August, we have a new trademark law that taken first in August, which is unified in GCC. So the whole six members of GCC are working with the same laws as when it comes to trademark. We have second draft of a patent law, which is we're working with the International Organization of Intellectual Properties directly. So in no time we are going to adopt this new law. When it comes to enforcement, we are and enforcement the IB, we are working in two different campaigns. One campaign which is an inspection campaigns that goes target markets and local retail to inspect counterfeit products. And the other campaign, which is educational campaign to raise awareness, and we are working closely with Ministry of Education, targeting teachers and students and faculty members. We're working with different universities. We're working with Northwestern actually now, and Lucille University and the QU. We are working also with public schools and private schools when it comes to students to raise awareness of IB, especially when it comes to AIs now and the major misuse of AIs when it comes to schoolwork. So we are targeting this part, which is copyright. Also, when it comes to international cooperation, we are working with enforcement agencies that provide workshop with the Ministry of Interior and Customs to differentiate between the converted goods and original products and patents. Also, we are working with international organizations and our counterparts. Yesterday, we have signed with INPI, which is our French authority to trademarks and patent. So we are trying to tackle these challenges and provide solutions to them.
That's good. That's good. That's good to hear. And because of time, I just wanted us to have a final word. Dr. Stammer, what is the final word that you can give to fellow researchers that are on the journey like yours? What can they look into doing in terms of intellectual property and protection and commercialization?
Yeah, I think they should believe in themselves and believe that we can really develop technology from Qatar here. For example, our product in Clear Exhaust has the idea, the manufacturing, the testing, and the implementation has done in Qatar. So we look for example, people to believe that this can happen and to support us in terms of investment. For example, I just heard yesterday about the grant of QRCDI, the technology development grant and stuff like that, because this is really the challenge that we are facing. Thank you.
And Abir, any last words?
Yes, I second the doctor what he said, and I'm telling everybody try to use and take advantage of all the support done by QRDI, by the people and the expertise you have within your organization. And I think, as he said, technology can be built and implemented here in Qatar.
Thank you. And Amar?
Yeah. So I think company and Qatari companies leadership needs to understand that technology can be built here and can be used here, and it is commercially viable to do that. And we can make standard products which are like we can sell outside the Qatar as well. For example, there is a huge opportunity in the region as well, where we can create technology and use it in the region. So instead of you always bringing the technology, we can export technology as well. So in this regard, I guess there is, for example, in Mawaslat, we have autonomy over which product we want to launch, how many people we want to hire. There is almost, the equipment we purchase for OBUs and everything, telematics systems, and anything that we want to use, we are just have autonomy. We can buy any vendor from any vendor. There is no process. So this kind of freedom is required to create some technology, freedom to innovate. So those are 2-3 important things. Autonomy is most important. Innovation to happen.
Yes. Thank you. There you have it. Today we have been discussing about intellectual property management, protection, the core importance of collaboration. They need to have a good IP strategy. We've talked about working with industry, academia, and the legal frameworks that exist in the country. And we are so happy that you're here to listen to all of us. From QRDI, we have a great IP policy. If you do apply to our innovation programs or research programs, the IP, we do not take it, it's yours. Take it and protect it, manage it, get benefits out of it. I am so happy that you're here. We are privileged to have all of you here. Dr. Ahmed, I'm so happy. Yesterday you told me you're not going to be here, but you made it here. Thank you very much for spending time. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start the next session at 11:10. Thank you so much.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Yeah, thank you very much for coming to my session. I'm going to talk about Qatar Open Innovation Program. So my name is Abdul Haq Bal'idi. I'm QRDI Program Manager. Let me start by saying that QRDI is integral to National Development Strategy 3 and is a leader of the Innovation Chapter 2024-2030. Let's start by seeing how QRDI sees the ecosystem, the RDI ecosystem inside Qatar. So we have from the left side the research institution, universities who are delivering or making the knowledge, having the knowledge, the IP talent, the also the IP generation and skills, highly skilled jobs. And from the other side, we have local enterprises who are using cutting up technologies and in need to have innovative solutions in order to be more competitive and enhance their services. In the middle, we have the companies, innovation technology companies, who will be taking the knowledge and IP rights and talents from the left side and delivers on the right side innovative solutions and products to the large local enterprise and government agencies. So QRDI designed different programs in order to address the need and activate this RDI ecosystem. One of these programs is Qatar Open Innovation Program. Qatar Open Innovation Program aims at connecting large local enterprises and government agencies with local and global innovators. And the idea is to work with the local large enterprises and government agencies to identify innovative solutions they want to pilot. Then we structure it in form of call for proposal, and then we publish it, and we scout for solution providers from inside Qatar as well as from outside Qatar. Then we will pilot, we will award the best innovative solution and award up to $100,000 per project. Here is the offering of the program for both the opportunity owners and the solution providers. For the opportunity owners, they will gain, access to innovative solutions. They will collaborate to pilot projects together with the solution providers, as well as to work for innovation projects to enhance their services and their capabilities. For innovators, the offering is to get funds from QRDI up to $100,000 for each project, and then they will be facilitating from our side to get access to incubators and accelerators inside Qatar, also get access to Qatari markets and GCC markets through our opportunity owners. So now I would like to talk about the journey of open innovation. As I mentioned, we start, Thank you. As I mentioned, we start with scouting for the innovation with our large local enterprises and government agencies. We call them opportunity owners. We do that through ideation workshop or design thinking or just in a formal meeting. Then we will select and prioritize the opportunities. We frame it in a form of a call for proposal. We publicize it and advertise it all over the world, locally, but also globally. And then we start receiving the proposals. Once we start receiving the proposals, we will be working together with the opportunity owners to evaluate the solution proposed by the innovators, and then we will go until awarding the best solution, the best innovative solution. So here are some facts, what have been done so far. This program has been launched in 2022. Up to now, we published 46 calls with 19 opportunity owners. We received more than 1,000 submissions. We closed 36 calls. Still 10 are still live. You can apply for them if you are a solution provider. And then we, among the closed one, we interviewed up to 139 companies to award 25 projects. So from last year, we completed 5 projects, and one of them has, I would say, a beginning of successful story where Milaha, as an opportunity owner, is now working with the solution provider for the second phase of the project. So here are some examples of the opportunity owners who are large local enterprises inside Qatar and government agencies. Some of them have just local, all of them are locally well known. Some of them are regionally well known, and some of them are internationally or globally known. The next slide is example of solution providers who were awarded since 2002. And then I would like just to mention that we fund the whole spectrum from health to IT to food to any kind of technology. So I would like to encourage you to come to me if you are a solution provider or an opportunity owner to discuss after this session. Thank you very much. And here is the website, our website, and my email and the email of the program. Thank you very much. And, right now we will start with the session with my 2 guests. I have Engineer Hussein from Minister of Environment and Professor, please, Professor Walter Di Salvo from Aspire Academy. Please. Yeah. So thank you very much. Can you have one, please? So thank you very much for coming to discuss your experience with our program, Qatar Open Innovation Program. I would like to you to introduce your company or your organization and then your responsibility within the organization. Professor.
Yes. First of
Walter.
all, good morning to everyone. I'm Professor Walter Di Salvo, Director of Football Performance and Science in Aspire Academy and with the QFA, the Qatar Football Association. My mission is here, I'm in Qatar since 14 years, a long journey. My goal is to help enhance the player performance of Qatar football players. So in Qatar, we have 3 main entities. One, of course, is the federation. One is QRSL, the Qatar Star League, so the league of football, and then Aspire Academy. So my goal is to enhance, with my staff, to enhance this project, following the player, the athletes, under some aspects. So first of all, strength and conditioning, so their fitness, but their physiologist aspects, their biomechanics, the nutrition, the psychological, and then we have an area on research. So it's a big department now. We are 37 person and leading and supporting Qatar national team. Strongly, just to have an idea, as I'm sure that the most of you knows, Qatar won for the 2nd time in a row the Asian Cup. 18 athletes of that teams are from Aspire, so they come with us when I was really young. They grow with us. In 2014, they won Asian Cup with under 19. 2019, they won Asian Cup with the first team, and now this year they become champion. And the achievement that Qatar, in this case, this organization that I'm mentioning, is amazing, considering that we compete against China, Japan, Korea, Iran, so a country that have some 1 billion of people. Qatar have just 300,000 Qatari person, and the coach of a first national team can choose players within a pool of 86 players. you can imagine the achievement. Last night I did a dinner with FIFA and Arsene Wenger, and FIFA told us, Walter, we can say is a FIFA, that is the most important organization, that Qatar, Aspire, QFA is a case study that we export worldwide. It doesn't exist anyway in any place in the world, something that do not want one, but wants to have a consistent program. So I'm really excited to be part of this big family of football. I'm really excited to give my contribution with my amazing team. That is the secret of the success, an international pool of people coming from Australia, USA, all from professional players. And now, really, I think that we are, in football, they benchmark us as a new entity to see what these guys are doing to reach such unbelievable success in these years.
Thank you very much, Professor Walter. Engineer Hussein, the floor is yours.
So I'm representing today Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Department of Hazardous Chemicals and Waste. My role is also designated National Authority for the Rotterdam Convention and the National Focal Point for Strategic Approach to International Chemical Management. I have nothing related to football. Hey, I'm a technical person. We'll be discussing more about what QRDI give us as an opportunity to reach international market, not only stakeholders in Qatar.
Thank you, Engineer Hussein. So let me ask you, Professor Walter, as a first question, what's the role of technology in the sport in general, and what do you have inside Aspire Academy?
I remember I started almost 35 years ago, and when I was working with on the pitch, I was the fitness coach of Lazio, one Italian team, and I remember that the only objective data that we have coming from assessment, player assessment, velocity, endurance, we have that data. But then, nothing else. Now, today, we are controlling our athletes, our players, for how many kilometers, how many sprint they do, because they run with a GPS, they have heart rate, we monitor the training load during the training session. So the world is completely changed. We believe in Aspire. Personally, think that in these years, technology and innovation are key elements to help us and to enhance the performance of our athletes. I remember when I was the director of Real Madrid Tech, the high performance of Real Madrid, I was building with my group a technology area, and we approached MIT, Boston University, John Muir University, was 2007, to have ideas from top experts around the world. In Qatar, what we build in Qatar is a football performance center with a full technology, but changing the paradigm and approach compared to the past. You know, in the past, we used to send the player to the lab to do assessment, to have informations, collect information. In the football performance science department, we completely changed this approach. Now we send the sports scientists to the pitch to analyze the player during their activities. So what I want to encourage you is to, and all the people that are working in the startup, to help us in changing this paradigm and analyze the player performance in the real situation, in the applied way. Today, the Football Performance Center is considered a reference. Lots of people that are building in other country facilities are coming to visit us. They want to know this concept. And for example, just an example, in the kickoff, we have a system with 16 cameras and with analysis in 3D markless. So this is thanks to the new technology. And a few months ago, David Beckham came. I was working with him in Real Madrid, and he said, Walter, because he's a crazy, as you know, he was one of the best shooter in the set pieces. He said, Walter, I didn't have zero opportunity to do troubleshooting and analyzing 3D live my data. It's amazing. So the player itself understand that our approach is based on player centered. And this is a little bit the story of this football performance
Thank
center.
you, Professor Walter. So, Engineer Hussein, tell us how the Open Innovation Program helps solving challenges you are facing in your departments, please.
So the main issue that we're having currently, as you know, the industry of chemicals is producing every single day new products to the market. We as an entity, which we have an obligation in the customs area, they are always the request, what are you doing as a department to ensure that all the chemicals that are entering the country are safe, are not hazardous, either to environment or to the health. So when QRDI approached, we said we have an opportunity for you. I told him, like Dr. Abdul Haq, we tried the tendering because as a ministry, the only way for us to purchase a product is through tendering. We tried the local market. All the devices that we had tried are not helping our obligation because most of the devices that has been developed within the years either are to narcotic, drugs, or to explosive. We want some technical device that's gonna focus on our main objective. And he told me, just write your scope of work, we'll accept your challenge, and we're gonna do it. And we were sure that this technology is not currently being developed in the world.
Thank you, Engineer Hassan. So, Professor Walter, open innovation is about collaboration. So tell us about the importance of collaboration in Aspire and how you do it with the other, partners all over the world.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We strongly believe that open innovation, it helps us to find an environment when we can contagious from ideas from other partners. And thanks to QNRF, Qatar National Fund Research, years ago we did a project with NASA of Johnson Space Center, with Barcelona, with Karolinska Institute, to develop technology for players, for the strength of the player to enhance the performance. So this was one project, but now in the last 10 years, this is our anniversary. In 2014, we started a project called Aspire in the World Fellows. We put together 50 clubs and federations, the best clubs and federations in the world, just to have an idea, from Spain, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico, from England, Arsenal, Liverpool, Man United, for Italy, Juventus. So all these one worldwide, plus federation, Brazil national team, Argentina, France, Italy. So the idea was to have a pool of 50 clubs that share knowledge, share idea. We meet once per year in a summit. This is our global summit. This year we did in Rome. 2024 we will do in Doha because it's the anniversary. But the main things of this group is to share idea, share knowledge, and build things together. We are doing research together. We are publishing together in interesting article. And the idea is each week we publish an article of these guys. I push you, I will share with you this web page that is called fellows.aspire. That is a free web where there are more than 350 presentations. Presentations are from Guardiola, Conte, Mourinho, all these top person in a shared content, in a shared environment.
Thank you, Professor. Janir Hussein, can you tell us about the program? What's your impression on the way we developed the projects together until the award? And what advice would you give to any opportunity owners who want to work with us on the Open Innovation Program?
I mean, to start with, actually for me, because maybe we were the first ministry to go through the QRDI program, I was amazed that everything was simple. Everything was clear, which each entity, what it needs to do, what's the tasks and roles. I mean, the only difficulty maybe we faced in the beginning was drafting the solution itself. Yes, we need a solution. Yes, we need an approach, but also not to be too complicated that we're not going to receive proposals. So we had like 3 drafts to prepare, reviewing every single time what we need to remove, what we need to keep, also to respect the current market way of development. We finished the drafting process. We had the publishing, shortlist the companies, and we are almost now to piloting the project, hopefully in 2 months' time. What do I recommend to other ministries, entities, also to entrepreneurs? Challenges arise every day. I'm working 7 years for the ministry. This challenge was every single year appearing. So what you need to do is just write down your challenges, keep them in your notebook. Someday is gonna come a technology that's gonna help you to develop this type. Like in our case, we needed to develop a rapid identification device for mixtures and to be as a hand analyzer. And when we were discussing with Dr. Abdul Haq, I told him, Doctor, is there really a company can do this? Because from 7 years of experience, I never saw this technology. But we awarded the company, and we are in the implementation period now.
Thank you very much, Engineer Hussein. Last question for you, Professor Walter. Could you tell us about the project you are now working with that we awarded last time with the 2 companies? And yeah, could you tell us about that and how innovation will, help Aspire to go forward?
Yes, first of all, I have to thank you, QRDI, because they are supporting us. With 2 calls, we won these 2 awards for 2 projects because we need support. As I said before, we need support of technology, we need support of startup to target some priority. So the approach is this one from our point of view. We are not looking at the market system that can help. For us, it doesn't work in this way. We target a problem. We target an applied approach. What we need to enhance the player performance of our national team player or our Aspire player. And from that target, from that point, we start to see which kind of technology can be linked with this one. Which are the company, the startup can develop this project. We target 2 areas in this last call. One is based on sleeping, quality of sleeping, because to enhance the performance, you have to sleep well, not only the amount of hours sleep well. And in Qatar, our student athletes sleep almost 5.7 hours per night. That is not enough. And the second point is the nutrition. How we can manage and control the nutrition, the development, what they eat each day, because our athletes live in Aspire, have breakfast, lunch, and dinner in Aspire. So how we can manage and control that plate? So we are developing with company that you showed before, a Pixel circular. We are developing a smart plate. We are developing a wearable system to target this point. But once again, applied technologies. And the next, if you allow me to give a suggestion to our audience, maybe between you, there are someone that are interested to do something. The next for us is the integration of technologies. Today, we have lots of technologies that do not speak each other. Now we collect a lot of information, but the next is the integration of these connections. The integration that, because at the end, the athletes is one. And the same athletes, we should do a good nutrition plan, a good psychological plan, strength and condition, whatever. We need the information that are integrated. We need a technology that speaks between other tools. From my point of view, this is the next in our sector, this is the next in Aspire Academy.
Thank you, and I hope that the POC will be successful. Engineer Hussein, can you tell us what will be the impact of your project? You're working with the VEIMU, the solution provider. What will be the impact on your department?
So as stated previously, our department is located also in the port. So sometimes we're having some chemicals that were not licensed before or went through the auditing and inspection period. So the main concept of this device that I don't need to send this shipment or to uphold it in the customs to stay there for days, and this can cause companies also penalties. We as ministries, we always should work parallel with companies. Any procedure, any device we want to develop is to make procedure faster. So this device, as we hope that we customized, is going to help in a faster process of identification of chemicals. Also, I was just telling Dr. Abdelhaq today, another entity, another ministry, they just contacted me. If this device is going to work perfectly in the piloting, they are interested. And also I had echoed in the United Nations committees, the technical committees regarding chemicals, that the state of Qatar currently working on innovating a device that can identify pesticides and persistent organic pollutants. So the echo now is very wide. QRDI reached us to companies out of Qatar, and we are trying to reach this project also out of Qatar.
All right, thank you very much. Again, I would like to thank my honorable guests, and thank you for coming to this session.
Thank you.
starting our next section in 2 minutes. If you can please have your seats.
Hello. Good afternoon. How is everyone doing? You're ready? Okay, so before I introduce our next speaker from Cisco, I'd like to tell you a little fun story. So in 1994, almost 30 years ago, when I finished my PhD, I decided I want to move to San Francisco, to the Silicon Valley, and get a job there. And I had two opportunities lined up. One of them was from a company called Autodesk, design software, and one of them was from a company called Cisco, was a networking company. And I didn't really know much about networking at the time, but design software was interesting because you can see it, you can visualize it, it's CAD, it's multimedia. And I didn't really have some good mentors to tell me which path I should take. So I decided to join Autodesk, not Cisco. So this morning I went back and looked at the 2023 results, revenue of those two companies. Autodesk in 2023, 30 years later, by the way, the two companies started at the time, they were roughly at the same revenue, under $1 billion a year, both companies. So 2023, Autodesk is a $5 billion company, meaning their sales in 2023 was $5 billion. Not too bad. Cisco was $56 billion in 2023. So the growth in the market, and a company like Cisco, who was a leader in their market, was 10 times what a company like Autodesk has seen with design software and all of that. In fact, Cisco profit in 2023 were $12 billion, which is more than twice all the revenue of Autodesk. So Cisco's revenue, $56 billion. Just to give you some context of these numbers, $56 billion revenue 2023. What do you think Qatar's government revenue was in 2023? roughly the same. So the state of Qatar entire revenue is equal to Cisco, the leader of networking company. So just want to give you this little story before I introduce Dr. Guy Dietrich, who is the Chief Innovation Officer, Global Chief Innovation Officer at Cisco, to share with us some thoughts about what his position is and what he does for a living on every day today, and then just some ideas and thoughts about Cisco's expansion globally. After that, we will sit and we'll have a conversation between the two of us.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, thank you for choosing to take your lunch break and spend it with me. It's really appreciated. So what is the innovation officer at Cisco? Ultimately, my job is to find things that are going to create new streams of revenue and will make money for Cisco eventually. Nothing that I do is going to make money for Cisco next week or next month. It may be next year, it may be 2 years, 3 years, but it's about finding those next generation technologies. I was asked to share a little bit about background, which I'll do very quickly. The day I graduated from school, undergraduate, Texas A&M, I started a software company. We did process optimization software, and we were very lucky because we were able to sell it in 1998, just before it would have imploded in 2000, along with so many other companies that same size. I then went to go do a master's and PhD in economics, and then went to work for Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas, as the vice chancellor. And by the way, I probably share with you a equal amount of disgust over the decision that Texas A&M may be leaving Doha, because I was here when we started turning dirt for that campus and that building, and it is an institution and should stay here forever. Personal opinion. Yeah. Well, I love the place, and I got to come here a lot. So this is my 20th year coming to Doha, at least twice, sometimes 3 or 4 times a year. When I finished up at Texas A&M after a decade, I joined Cisco. And we started working on a project called Country Digital Acceleration, or CDA. Now, that was in response to world leaders having challenges around their national digital agendas. Imagine this, 10 years ago, all of these countries are hearing about digitization, and no one's really sure what it means or the implications of it for their country. They all had national digital agendas developed by the likes of McKinsey and PwC and Deloitte and the other consultancies, but they were PowerPoints. They weren't execution plans. There were no budgets. So we stepped in and said, we're going to develop this program. We're going to be able to take these national digital agendas, these very well thought out documents, and we're going to be able to operationalize them. We're going to turn them into architectures, budgets, individual projects, and execution plans. And so we did. We started very modestly in France, and then we went to UK, Germany, Italy, and India. Those were our first 5 countries. Shortly thereafter, we came to Qatar, and it became a new country for us. Today, we're in 51 countries around the world. 51 world leaders have chosen Cisco to help them make some of the most important decisions that they'll make for their populations for the next 20 years. We've done over 1,600 individual digitization projects in just about every vertical imaginable: education, healthcare, cybersecurity, transportation, smart cities, the list goes on. And we've seen so much progress, including here, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. The second program that I have the privilege of running is called the Networking Academy, or NetAcad for short. this is the longest running skills to jobs IT program in the world. It's been around 26 years. We originally started it for selfish reasons. We needed to train people on how to install, how to maintain, and how to innovate using networking equipment. As the doctor referenced, networking wasn't exactly a well-known thing back in the early 90s. Well, today we operate the Networking Academy in 190 countries around the world. There's only 192 flagged countries in the world, so we basically cover most of them. And we've trained up over 22 million students. And those are students that now know how to do networking, that have their networking certifications, many of them. For those of you familiar with it, CCNA, CCNP, the much coveted PhD in networking called CCIE. And it's a program that has changed lives. And I mean dramatically so. It's the privilege that I have of running that program because it is probably the best thing that Cisco does for the world. I genuinely believe that 22 million plus people have been through the training. Most popular right now is cybersecurity. And in fact, there's a subset of that. It's ethical hacking or penetration testing is a new program we stood up, and we've got hundreds of thousands of students taking that right now. It's 3.5 million students currently enrolled at this very moment taking Networking Academy courses. And we've decided to stand up another 25 million students over the next 10 years because we currently have 4 million open jobs in cybersecurity alone. We can't train them fast enough. So those are the two programs that I have the privilege of running. And I look to what we're doing here in Qatar around both programs. By the way, we've trained over 10,000 Qataris in networking and security. And remarkably, more than a third of those have been women. Now, why is that important? Because it's double the percentage of the women in the US. It's one of the highest percentages of female participation in the Networking Academy in all 190 countries around the world. It's remarkable. And it says so much for this society, for this country, and for the fact that everybody is required to pull this off. What is this? This is the technological revolution that we're going through right now. Think about it, 5G, right? 10 years ago, everyone's talking about 5G. We talked and talked and talked, and it took probably 6, 8, 10 years for us to get to this point where there are actually some good 5G use cases. Now think about AI for a moment. When did AI really come onto the scene? I'd say it was about 3 years ago. And just in the last year, through ChatGPT and some other technologies, it's become ubiquitous. It's now everywhere. Everyone's talking about AI. In fact, this is the year of AI. But what's coming right on its heels? Quantum. So think about what's happening. You know the old Moore's law? Used to say every 18 months, compute power, processor power would double. Moore's law is now applying to tech in general. We have gone from what was the digital age to ultimately to the AI age. And now we're going to be in the quantum age, and each time it's going to be shoved in half. So we're moving ages faster now. Moore's law is applied to technological ages. Imagine how quickly we're going to have to move. Now, that brings me to the big challenge. The big challenge associated with education. How do you educate a population to keep up with these sorts of technological changes? They're happening so rapidly. As soon as you learn something, it's obsolete and you have to learn something else. What that means is that moving forward, we have to educate and train for agility. You're never going to stop learning from this point forward. Every company is a technology company. Every country is a technology country. No country knows that better than Qatar. This is evidence of that. Think about it. This was an idea a couple of years ago. And now look at it. It's extraordinary. And this is only year one, right? Where do you see next year? The Web Summit. And I was speaking with some colleagues earlier today, and I really think they hit home when they said, this isn't just about a Web Summit. This is about establishing an innovation ecosystem inside Qatar. I've heard about that for 20 years. It's a hard thing to do. You just can't flip a switch and manufacture it. It takes events like these. It takes commitment like this. It takes something like the World Cup to spawn innovation. And you've got it here. And it's extraordinary. A couple of things that I'll quickly mention on the program here in Qatar. And then we'll get to some questions. Our first entry into work here was around the World Cup. So I don't know, how many of you went to games? Did any of you were in those stadiums? So all of the stadiums were connected by Cisco. All of the stadiums were secured by Cisco. And it turned out that there was not, and this is credit to the team here, there was not a minute of downtime, and there was not a single successful cyber attack during the entire World Cup. Not that there weren't hundreds of millions of attempts. Hundreds of millions of attempts to break into the World Cup, to ruin Qatar's World Cup. And you can probably figure out some of the countries that were trying to do it. The usual suspects. But it was a remarkable accomplishment. And then it turns out to be probably, arguably, but I believe it is the best World Cup I've seen in my lifetime. I mean, that final, oh my gosh. But can you imagine if something had gone wrong? If all of a sudden the scoreboard didn't work, all of a sudden tickets couldn't be taken. It was an actual cyber attack. It didn't happen, and it didn't happen because of the level of preparation, because of the innovation applied. We're right now standing up a cybersecurity institute here that's going to train up that next generation of cybersecurity professionals, because again, you can't train them up fast enough. And then we just signed an MOU this morning with Al Jazeera to be able to create next generation classrooms through the Media Institute. And that's going to be fascinating. It's going to be really exciting because next generation classrooms, if you can inspire those students in new and different ways by the very environment in which they work, you will transform education as we know it. So I'm going to stop there. I'm going to thank you again for coming. And I think we're going to have some questions now with a good doctor.
Maybe, if you don't mind, do you mind keep standing up?
No, not at all.
Better. Thank
No.
you. I think it's better. Thank you, Guy. Appreciate the talk. Let me start with a question about the other countries you supported. So most of the work that have been done with Qatar, but a lot of them are emerging countries, where Cisco have been a leader in helping these countries digitize and plugging people You call it, I think, connecting the disconnected.
Yes.
And a lot of the stories we've heard over the past 10 years about, the change of lifestyles and eliminating poverty that these communication technologies have brought to these countries have focused on communications and information sharing. But you mentioned that you worked also in education and healthcare. Can you share some of the stories where these 400, I think you mentioned 1,400 projects have actually made a huge difference in people's lives that you feel very proud of?
So I'll quickly reference a fact, and then I'll answer the question directly with examples. Right now, 35% of the world is not connected to the internet in any meaningful way. Think about that. All this technology surrounding us, the telephones you're holding, the privilege of being connected, 35% of the world doesn't share in that privilege. So what does that mean? It means that they do not have access to health care. They don't have access to education. They don't have access to government services. These things that we know are fundamental human rights, they don't have access to them because they're not connected, which means by default, being connected from this point forward should be a fundamental human right. Because in denying them connectivity, we're denying them access to all of these other rights, which we all enjoy, and as human beings, we deserve. Now, if we were to connect the unconnected, we would instantly lift 500 million people out of poverty. But we would also contribute $6.7 trillion to global GDP. So it's not just the right thing to do, it's an economically prudent thing to do. Now, beyond connectivity, a couple of examples that immediately come to mind are Metabus, and I think I'm going to talk about edge centers as well. So Metabus was a project that we came up with where we wanted to have mobile clinics, and we did it with Deutsche Bahn. And it was ultimately in response to the Syrian refugee crisis of about 5 years ago. I'm sure you remember this, where Syrian refugees were flowing over into Germany, and they didn't have a way of providing care for them. They didn't have a way of processing them. So we took city buses, converted them into mobile clinics, mobile doctor's offices, and sent them out to the front lines of that migrant crisis. Well, once they were utilized in that fashion, they were then used for rural health care. So they were sent out into the most remote regions of Germany to provide health care, again, for underserved populations. Then COVID hit, and they became the testing and eventually the vaccine delivery mechanism for those underserved populations. And then Russia invaded Ukraine. And we sent the Metabuses to the border in Rzeszów, the Polish-Ukraine border, to help with those that were coming across the border, all of them in very, very difficult shape, not just physically, but emotionally. So we were able to take the buses and put them there. They've turned out to be a godsend. And now we have a dozen of them that are being sent to places like Turkey for the earthquake victims. They're mobile doctors' clinics, and we can provide care in 50 languages. Actual doctors that can come on to telepresence units and provide care in their language and in their own vernacular, which is just as important. And another quick example would be the Ed Centers. Ed Centers are centers that we stood up in sub-Saharan Africa. They provide NetAcad education, they provide access to finance, access to mentors, but again, in areas like Lagos, Nigeria, in Rwanda, in Johannesburg, in Cape Town, in areas where they can really make a difference. You can imagine being a taxi driver in Lagos, Nigeria, taking 6 months of networking academy cybersecurity training and being eligible then for $60,000-$80,000 a year cybersecurity technician jobs. It changes lives. It changes their world simply by making sure that they have access to that education. So those are just a couple of examples beyond pure digitization.
Thank you. So Qatar's CDA effort, working with Cisco, has really focused on Qatar in the past decade or so.
Right.
Qatar is a country that has plenty of resources, that has big aspirations,
Yep.
but it has a small innovation ecosystem. And we at QRDI aspire to build a significantly valuable ecosystem. We talk about being globally connected. Our ecosystem should be and must be globally connected so that the value Qatar can bring can actually go across the borders. So my question for you is, can you think of opportunities where Cisco and Qatar can collaborate to bring digital innovations to these areas in the world where you think there's a combination of, moral obligation to eradicate poverty, but also a big economic opportunity?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so you know this, right? Those of you that live here in Qatar, that you live an extraordinary lifestyle. You are one of the most connected countries in the world. And that's by design. That's because you had a government and leadership that set out explicitly to make sure that you had all of the advantages of connectivity. We're partnering with you to think about ways to carry that model to other parts of the world. I just mentioned Africa. Africa is one of those parts of the world that is underrepresented in terms of connectivity. We decided to do those EDGE centers to help educate the population, but that's not necessarily going to get them connected. If you take the model that you deployed here, mass scale digitization, mass scale connectivity, you know you can do it because you've already done it here. Take that and apply it to underrepresented areas in Africa, and you'll help change lives and you'll help change that part of the world.
Thank you. I had a third question, but I think we're running out of time, so I would like to take a couple of questions from the audience.
Hello, thank you very much for that talk. I think, and some of the questions, I think it was very interesting to learn more about what Cisco is doing. You talked at the beginning of your talk, you mentioned that you work as Chief Innovation Officer on things that don't necessarily generate return on investment immediately. So the question is just simply, what's the hardest part of your job? Because as we think about the innovation ecosystem and thinking about things and investing in things that don't necessarily reap return on investment, I'm also interested in some of the challenges that you're facing that we have to think about. So.
It's a very interesting question because so I'll first answer it by saying what I love about my job. It's not the sort of job that keeps you up at night, but it's the sort of job that wakes you up every morning so excited to go to work. Because there are no 2 days that are alike, which for many would be the biggest challenge. The first hour of every morning, I don't know how many of you have Financial Times, but they have a function there called MyFT, where you can put in all of the subjects that you're interested in tracking on a regular basis. Mine has all 51 countries that I'm responsible for. And so I read for the first hour every morning what's happened while I've been asleep in the 51 countries. And I guarantee you a lot has happened in several of them in many cases. So it completely changes my day. That's a huge challenge when you actually have a plan to execute on and your day gets completely turned upside down because something has happened in the world that will impact the very projects that you have going on in that country or those countries. At the same time, it's also one of the best parts of the job. So on the technology side, the biggest challenge is keeping up. I mentioned it earlier. You know, you think you get locked into something and you say, okay, well, I'm going to start putting AI into NetAcad training. So we're developing training for NetAcad for AI, but we want to embed AI in the AI training. So essentially the AI will be teaching you AI, which I just think is really cool. But that's a challenge, right? As soon as we get it up and running, we'll have about a 2-year cycle, and then we're going to have to start training up on quantum. And then what's after that? I guarantee you it's something, and what's after that? So it's basically knowing that not necessarily my children, because I've got a 30-year-old and a 28-year-old, but definitely their children, they're never going to be able to stop learning. You know, if you have an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old right now, their life is going to be learning. And that's a challenge in and of itself. There is no such thing as learning something and being able to rely on it for the rest of your life.
Great. Do we have a mic? Can you speak loud? Can you ask?
Oh, yeah. It's coming.
Rescue.
There you go. That's much easier.
Thank you.
Thanks for the talk. So in the past decade or so, Cisco has been one of the most acquisitive companies, if not the most acquisitive in the Bay Area. And I look at the list of the companies that you've acquired, predominantly the US, with some, probably Israel, what comes next, but does not even stand close. You've been also associated with funds like Disciple, which invest in an early stage. And with all of that innovation and acquisition, are you considering the region here and what's happening in the region? The tech ecosystem in the region is booming. I myself, as founder of an enterprise software company, and I am familiar with what's going on here in the region. The innovation is phenomenal. And as a global chief of innovation, are you considering shedding the light on the region in terms of acquisition and investment?
The answer, of course, is yes. We go to where the innovation is. And believe me, there is no one part of the world that has a monopoly on that. To your point, Cisco, up until very recently, acquired a company every 4 to 6 weeks. I mean, we acquired 200 companies over 20 years. And it's because it's part of our innovation strategy. We spend about $6 or $7 billion a year on internal R&D. But then we also buy up companies and innovate through acquisition. If there's innovation happening, Cisco's usually on top of it. Whether we have actively acquired in a particular region is usually dictated by the quality of innovation happening. I would suggest that you guys are now in a sprint, whereas innovation wasn't necessarily at the top of the list here in this part of the world. It is now. This is evidence of it. So I guarantee you you'll be getting our attention because we follow the innovation.
I'm still waiting for a book to be written by Cisco on the art of acquisition integration, because other companies suck at it.
Well, you know, we're about to now. You know, we haven't. It hasn't been finished up yet, but we're about to hopefully complete the acquisition of Splunk. which is a $28 billion acquisition. You have to keep in mind, Cisco loves sort of that $2 to $5 billion acquisition range. That's our sweet spot. Now we're going for $28 billion. I will tell you that there are a few companies better at integrating new companies, new cultures in than Cisco. I can't wait to take on Splunk. It's going to be so much fun, and what a great company. We're very fortunate.
And I used to work at Autodesk.
Yeah.
I used to work for Sullivan, the CEO of Splunk. So.
Oh, really? Oh, how funny.
Thank you, Dr. Guy. Appreciate it. Thank you, Karina.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, yeah. Naveen, email Karam عشان يختار.
Can I?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah,
Just find
once
it.
it's loading, I'll write.
Still have? Check. Wow.
Right, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, we're going to start the next session. This continues the conversation on corporate venture capital. This time we have invited somebody who's responsible for corporate venture capital in Wilhelmsen, which is a large Norwegian shipping conglomerate that has a strong presence in Singapore, right? So he lives in Singapore. So let me introduce the speaker. He's Mr. Nakul Malhotra. As you can see, VP of Emerging Opportunities Portfolio and Maritime Services. So Nakul was here, invited by us to speak at the masterclass a few days back, which is on corporate startup partnerships. Right, he's very much involved in the program for corporate innovation in Singapore, where he represents the corporate, right? So he's both a CVC, VC, as well as responsible for the portfolio, right? So he also oversees some of the operational thing, or at least he tries to match startups to the operational challenges of the company, right? So he's responsible for Wilhelmsen's corporate venturing endeavors across the venturing spectrum. And this includes internal venture building, external innovation partnerships, and venture capital investments in early stage maritime startups. Right, so a little bit about Wilhelmsen. Wilhelmsen is founded in Norway in 1861, so it's a very old company. It is now a comprehensive global maritime group providing essential products and services to the merchant fleet, along with supplying crew and technical management to the largest and most complex vessels ever to sail. Okay, so please welcome Nakul.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for the kind introduction. Thanks all for listening. I know it's, I'm hoping you guys have had a bite to eat because it's around lunchtime. And if you have, I hope I don't put you to sleep. And if you haven't, I promise I'll be real quick so you can. The professor gave a very kind introduction of myself and Wilhelmsen. I think one element of my background, just to contextualize, I come from the maritime domain. I like to say I'm a shipping guy in innovation, not an innovation guy in shipping. So I'm very much from an end user perspective and the industry perspective. Let's try to get the, yep, there we go. Just a couple of stats around the company. And I've got a couple of slides to contextualize the industry because it's a little bit important to understand where the industry is and what the industry is in order for you to understand our approach to corporate venture capital. We're a global company. We like to call ourselves a maritime conglomerate spread across three main pillars with a lot of different interests and activities. I primarily focus on the maritime services vertical, which really is around ship management, port clearances, products for ships, and so on and so forth. So from a Qatar context, I guess very related to Milaha, if some of you are familiar with that. And we engage in that full spectrum of corporate venturing. And this is kind of important because a lot of CVCs that you might end up talking to, by the way, before I continue, just to get a sense of the room, how many startups in the house? Just to understand. 1, 2, 3, okay, great, 3 or 4 startups. How many corporates in the house? 1, 2, 3, almost a match. Corporate startup matching already. And how many guys were actually involved in investing? Venture investments, anybody? Nope. One, kind of. And how many people in kind of policy, government, or sort of that area? So 2 or 3 there. Okay, perfect. Just for me to get a sense. So what you'll know is that it's very typical to have silos amongst these different verticals. So generally speaking, the internal venture building teams are siloed. They don't really necessarily talk to the external investors. Many corporates, when they set up CVC structures, they kind of keep it a little bit at arm's length because the idea is, look, we don't want our corporate systems and corporate setups to create influence or almost become baggage. Now, in our case, it's really different. And when I come later to our my hypothesis, at least, or my investment thesis, it's very much embedded about our corporate capabilities. I'm going to run through the slides fairly quick so that we can get into questions ASAP. That's one strategy to keep you awake. So as I mentioned, the 3 verticals, and this is just an example where on the internal venture building side, we essentially run an internal innovation program. A large objective of that program is around transforming the culture of particularly the middle management. You know, innovation in an established corporate, and we're 162 years old, innovation in an established corporate is very much like an infection. Middle management is like white blood cells. So as soon as innovation comes in, the first job of middle management is try to defend, fight against, and keep it away as fast as possible, because it changes what they do. And they do stuff really well, which is exactly why they are where they are. So one of the things that we've been super conscious of in our journey is how do you engage middle management in this process? And the best way we thought was to run innovation programs that introduce them to some of the terminology, business model canvases, value proposition canvases, and a lot of the tools around the venture methodology. The other way to do it is to push some of them through the venture program in kind of a pitch sessions where we actually select pitches at the end only for internal employees and award them funding so that they can get super excited and start to build stuff. Very honestly, and I hope none of my colleagues are here, we're not expecting any unicorns out of that process. But what we are expecting is this transformation and recognition of how difficult venture building actually is, so that when they're engaging with external startups and external ventures, they start to appreciate the courage, tenacity, and grit it takes for founders. That's a shout for founders, in order to be able to move forward. And that's a really important foundation in terms of culture change. Of course, we started out pretending like we knew all the answers, right? So we knew everything, and therefore internal ventures were going to be absolutely superb. And then we realized we didn't. Customers didn't really like what we built. And then we ended up with external partnerships. External partnerships, and for a while, my designation was VP Open Innovation. And external partnerships is a lot about making sure that the organization as such starts to understand the meaning of permeable boundaries. How do you share IP? How do you share information? How do you receive information? How can teams from one corporate work with another corporate, or teams from a corporate work with a startup? And that was really our non-equity partnership piece. It's about leveraging cross-organizational capabilities in order to align around an objective and move forward. And then when you do that, you suddenly realize, oh, hang on a second, this is great, but we need a vehicle now. I want to get skin in the game here. I want to try to ride this growth, and therefore I need a vehicle. And that's how we ended up in the external venture investments. We started as an anchor LP in a maritime-specific fund called Motion Ventures. About 96% of that fund is institutional or corporate, maritime corporates. And that's a great way for us to de-risk our investments, because then you get an idea of what are other corporates thinking about. And if we love a deal that nobody else loves, something might not be right. It doesn't mean that it's a special deal. So I think that's another approach that we look at it. Okay, I'm going to dive in real quick. I'm contextualizing a little bit the industry now, okay, guys? So the maritime industry, lots of megatrends. Digitization, decarbonization, regulation, geopolitics affects it, and so on and so forth. And I think what's important to see over here is that the maritime industry is an old industry. Sometimes people don't even know about it. It just happens by magic. All your Volvos and Nikes and Adidas and all the rest of it appear by magic in the stores. But what happened in COVID, for all the wrong reasons, it suddenly people realize, oh, hang on a second, what happened? I don't have toilet paper anymore. That's like a big problem. And I think what you realize then is that we're now an industry where everything is in flux. Because of geopolitics, trade routes are in flux. Because of new regulations, what we used to do is in flux. Because of new fuels, how the vessels are operating are in flux. Because of cargo changes, the vessel designs are in flux. When everything is in flux, that is a textbook definition of an industry ripe for disruption. And that's essentially what we're looking at, right? So we're seeing impact in our business across all of these things. And I'm going to talk a little bit about connectivity in particular, because connectivity, we all know how connectivity has changed our lives over the last 20, 25 years. We've ridden that wave. Some of us have ridden that wave from 0G to 5G, and some of us have been born into 5G. So you can't imagine a life without 5G. But the thing is that connectivity is a bit of a time machine in the maritime space, because in the maritime space, many ships are still operating on 2G type bandwidths, which is why Starlink is a really big thing, if you guys have come across Starlink. And so can you imagine now for most of the industry, Saturday and Sunday, we're in 2023, Monday to Friday, we go back to 1996. This is crazy, right? So the question then is that we're not trying to figure out how do we take the maritime industry to the future. We're trying to figure out how do we bring the maritime industry to the present. That's like our number one challenge. And the thing here is, this isn't about possibilities. This is about probabilities, because many of us have lived the life of what comes with increased bandwidth, affordable bandwidth, and so on and so forth. We know, for example, when 2G went to 3G, what peer-to-peer networking was like. We know what audio and video streaming is like. We know what live comms are like, and so on and so forth. In a B2B context, and particularly in the maritime context, the other word for audio video streaming is remote survey and inspection. It sounds very businessy, but that's basically what it is. Peer-to-peer networking is essentially fleet benchmarking. So from a B2B context, this move and leapfrog from getting into 1995 to the 2025, let's call it, this move from 2G to 5G is a huge jump forward. So now you can imagine my universe, right? My universe is connectivity is a big thing. The whole industry is changing. Everything around me is changing. The industry is in flux. I'm in a 162-year-old company. My number one ambition in life is how do I keep the company relevant going forward? Along with this existential crisis of decarbonization. So the maritime industry today contributes 3% of emissions, and this is important, just backdrop. If the maritime industry did nothing, then by 2030 it would contribute 17% of emissions. That is unacceptable. If that is the case, something has to be done. That pressure is going to come from the people who own the cargo, because everywhere else in the world, cash is king. Maritime cash is king, but in maritime, cash means cargo. So what that means is that the pressure from the cargo owners onto the ship owners and ship managers is going to exponentially increase, meaning something's got to happen. And decarbonization is not alien to venture capitalists. This is a slightly old picture, but still very, very relevant. And as you can see, big credit there to Hold On IQ. But basically, you can imagine that decarbonization as a concept is not alien to venture capital. So venture capital is familiar with decarbonization. And then we add that to, for all the wrong reasons, as I mentioned, supply chain disruptions comes into the radar. A lot of other verticals from the VC space is basically getting mature, stagnant, or they're struggling with down rounds. So incidents like the Suez Canal getting blocked, or supply chain woes getting advertised, or $3.4 trillion is needed to decarbonize the maritime industry, come right up onto the front page of the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and whatever. It starts to attract other VCs and industry agnostic venture capital. Essentially, those guys then look at it and say, oh, hang on a second, this is an emerging opportunity space. Funniest thing I ever heard, one of the real top tier VCs basically profiled the maritime industry as an emerging industry to look at. The maritime industry has been around for 3,000 years. But anyway, it's an emerging industry for venture capital. But what that means now put it from a corporate context, we get really happy when we start to allocate things like $5 million or $10 million to a project. We're absolutely superheroes. Venture capital, when you start to get $100 million, $200 million, or $1 billion allocated to a space, that changes the dynamic in terms of speed of what can happen, what kind of solutioning takes place, and what kind of scaling takes place. So the lumbering corporates that are used to the stable rate of growth, and remember, corporates optimize for risk. So we're really happy with like 7 to 10% annual growth. Absolutely superb. Ventures, startup founders, you guys know, right? If you aren't clocking 2x, you're not getting anywhere. So imagine that context now from a corporate perspective, right? Initially, we're going to basically say, oh, don't worry, they're not big enough. By the time you guys are big enough, it's already too late for us. And finally, before I get into the CVC side, my hypothesis is that domain-driven venture capital can act as an extremely important talent magnet and a capital magnet. My hypothesis is that big problems attract smart people. Smart people attract big money. And for all the reasons I just illustrated, maritime has big problems. So guess what? We're going to start attracting smart people. And when we start attracting smart people, we're going to start attracting capital. The thing is, where are they going to go? Are they going to go to corporates that are old-fashioned, not addressing innovation, or are they going to want to build their own, or are they going to want to partner up with corporates who are embracing innovation, wanting to be the front runners of transformation? Oh, there we go. And if I would just some examples I've just put up there, I'm going to flip this slide really quick. But in recent times, what we're seeing is that as a result, at least in maritime decarb, you're seeing maritime corporates participating in some pretty sizable rounds in startups of that arena. But I've also added one more example there, which is Nautilus Labs. And Nautilus Labs actually imploded. Funny story, Nautilus Labs did not have maritime corporate backing. So that's an interesting element, right? Where we're seeing success and where we're not. Ultimately, CVCs, or in general, early stage ventures, are vehicles to be able to build early stage exposure. That early stage exposure and the way it needs to run is for corporates to be able to allocate small first checks to multiple ventures. So, big myth number one, go big or go home. No. In CVC, you don't go big or go home. You be really smart, you build a portfolio. Myth number two, choose a winner and go all in. Not in CVC, you don't do that. Now, the reason I stress this, because this is obvious from a VC perspective, but from a corporate perspective, it's the complete opposite to how we do corporate M&A. Corporate mature M&A is choosing one big winner, doing that acquisition, spending years to be able to integrate it. That is not how CVC can work. So this is also a maturity exercise for corporates to get into. The way we did it was the journey that I shared, and then going into a VC fund before we started doing direct checks. And then obviously follow-ons. Every corporate CVC will always have an X factor at the end, what they call strategic deals. Those are basically where the thesis goes outside the window, all of your financial limits go outside the window. That startup now is existential to your existence and is extremely important to your value proposition. You will want to have a controlling stake, a big stake, a large stake, and so on and so forth. So that kind of perspective for us is very much about trying to get an eye into future trends, is very much about understanding where activity is taking place at the adjacencies of our current business and hypothesizing what kind of impact it can have for us. Unlike the B2C space, B2B ventures, generally speaking, have shown a vastly improved performance when they are corporate backed. And the reason is because of their capabilities that corporates can bring. Big caveat. And the big caveat is, provided it is combined with a venture mindset or a VC mindset. So corporate capabilities can be a phenomenal boon or advantage to startups if the corporate also has an early stage VC mindset, collaborative mindset. If not, it can be the biggest piece of baggage that will make sure you don't go anywhere. So that's a really important consideration. And then, of course, from a strategic perspective, whatever strategic plays that CVCs are engaging in, they need to essentially also be nimble enough to adjust the plays based on market development, technology development, or their own organizational development. Let me do a quick time check. How much time do I have? Anybody know? Okay, I'm going to have to stop real quick. So CVC's got to be part of a bigger innovation agenda. This is a picture of all the different kinds of things that you could do. Just want to make a mention of our investment hypothesis, just the first sentence. It took me a long time to get one sentence to describe our investment thesis. It's like the biggest piece of work I've done. But the most important piece is the bit that I've underlined. So for us, we have strategic guardrails, which are essentially about backed by our capabilities. Let me skip a couple of these slides and end on this slide and one more after this. So this is about corporate problems. So any CVCs need to be conscious of what kind of corporate problems are they solving, 9 times out of 10, it's about delivering ROI on their innovation. It's about delivering tangible connections. Startups need to also be conscious about the corporate problems. Otherwise, you guys will never be able to connect in a really good way. But similarly, corporates need to be conscious of startup problems. My last slide. I can see the time clock going. So my last slide. Only a crisis produces real change. The job of corporate innovators is to make sure there are enough ideas lying around so that when that crisis hits, you can get into implementation mode super quick. And when COVID hit, that is exactly what we saw. All of the impossibilities suddenly became absolute necessities. And on that, I'm going to end. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Rakul. Our time is a bit up, but maybe if there's one question, we can take one question. Anybody? One question, yes, please.
Yeah, I'll work out how to do that. I might have to take out some stuff, though. All right.
Okay, right, thank you very much.
I'm going to be around. Feel free to reach out.
Yeah, you can come and hang around and talk to him. Okay.
Thanks. I hope you guys found it interesting.
Cool.
Thank you.
Very, very cool.
Super.
Because and I've never heard about the company.
No, we're top secret.
Yeah, so
we're
you
in shipping.
doing it here how are you doing it?
No, I'm based in Singapore.
Okay.
But we're a global company. We're actually listed in the Oslo Stock Exchange.
Okay.
So HQ is Oslo. But there's too much snow, so I refuse to stay there.
Okay. Do you come often to the region, right?
I do.
Okay, cool.
On and off. Yeah, absolutely.
At our insurance company. So I'm heading the CVC piece.
Oh, fantastic. So maybe some of this resonated.
No, this is our turf. I would love to call you after a week or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me. So I don't have a card, but why don't I give you LinkedIn and then just reach out. That'd be brilliant. Just reach out. Oh, pleasure. Thank you.
So, is it working? Can you hear me? Yep. Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. Welcome to our session on innovation in healthcare, hosted by the World Innovation Summit for Health, or WISH. I am the CEO. My name is Sultana, and I'll be moderating this session. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys? So, just a little intro. In the realm of healthcare, innovation serves as a catalyst for progress, driving advancements and improve patient outcomes, enhancing healthcare delivery, and transforming the way we approach medical challenges. But I think most importantly of all, innovation is the key to tackling healthcare inequity, where simple, sustainable interventions can result in astounding outcomes for the most disparate communities. Often we need to remind ourselves that not all innovation is medical technology or an app. It is also simple solutions that utilize the existing environment to source and create healthcare solutions for the poorest communities. So as we navigate the ever-evolving landscape of innovation in healthcare, we're really pleased to be here today and thank QRDI for hosting the session. We're really at the Web Summit's first edition in Qatar to launch our innovation competition for our summit, WISH 2024. So this session aims to ignite discussions on the pivotal role of innovation in healthcare and set the stage for a vibrant competition launch that will harness the brightest minds to address pressing global healthcare challenges. So I'm going to welcome our panelists today. So joined first of all by Professor Mohammed Adil, a ministerial advisor at the Ministry of Public Health, who has over 30 years of experience in key leadership positions focused on national health informatics and intelligence, health innovation, as well as healthcare planning and regulatory functions. Professor Mohammed also played a key role in the advising and judging process for our last competition in WISH 2022. Our second panelist, and she's got a really interesting thing in her hand today, so I'm quite impressed actually, is Katarina Hedbeck, who's the founder of the TADA Group. We'll hear more about that shortly. Katarina was the winner, actually, from our innovation competition during WISH 2022. So we'll be drawing from her experience as a founder, as well as her experience at WISH in our discussion today. So I'll start with Katrina. So Katrina, tell us about your innovation and your journey as an innovator in the healthcare field, and touching on some of the challenges that you faced along the way.
Thank you for the question. So our journey started at the Children Oncology Clinic to identify unmet need. And anybody who wants to start this journey with startup within healthcare, it's very good to start with the need. And we found the need for safer infusions. 16 billion IV lines are used every year and 1.5 billion catheters. The problem is that this procedure is not safe. 10% gets fully dislodged during use, causing, if this gets fully ripped out during use, you have patient injury, risk of infection, even death. And if it's chemo in the bag, there is a risk for the nurse. And if the patient has bloodborne diseases or some infection, it's also an unnecessary risk for the nurse. These accidents add up to 283 billion Qatari riyals every year in unnecessary healthcare consumption. And I say unnecessary because there is a solution, there is a relink. When there is a force on the tube, relink splits into two parts. You can clean the parts and reconnect them to rapidly reinstate therapy. And this is what we developed. We took it from a need, and then after we won WISH, was truly amazing, we got some funding and we've put the product in use at clinics. And the first clinical result came back with a 73% reduction. And after that, we made some improvements, and now it's clinical use in Spain and Portugal, England and Ireland. So it has been, it's quite amazing, really.
That's amazing. My follow-on question was, how has WISH helped you? But you've already, you've gone there. So I'll move on to...
I'm sure I can broaden that,
yes,
actually.
Absolutely. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. So Professor Mahmoud, we know that transforming at a system level requires implementation and diffusion. And so I think I'm going to touch on why is the healthcare sector so reluctant to take on innovation? What do you think can be done to foster a better implementation environment, so to speak? And I think in terms of everybody knows now after the pandemic, the cost of healthcare has become a huge concern. So innovation almost seems like the key that we need to unlock that. Why aren't we using it better?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Dr. Sultan, I think it's a very broad question. Let me start from a very basic. I think what Katrina's story is, that is from inspiration to transformation. So I trained as a pediatrician, and I remember my days in London, middle of the night being called a number of times because the IV line has been dislodged. And I could see that now we have got a solution, and I think it's almost after 20 years. But coming back to your question that why health sector is not so much innovation savvy. Look, I spent almost, as you said, 25, 30 years from clinicians to the leadership role, and healthcare innovation has been my passion and, of course, my profession, and sitting in the Ministry of Public Health, where your question is very relevant. Let me tell you that if you look at countries across the board, top 3, 4 countries on innovations are Switzerland, America, UK, Sweden, and other Scandinavian countries. So I visited them because I was overseeing healthcare innovation in the UK. And I wanted to see what are the reasons these countries are very advanced in healthcare innovation. And I came up with some key essentials. And then let me tell you those key essentials. And then we come back that how best the health sector in Qatar is able to do more things, and hopefully in the MENA region. So the first essential is we need to have a national RDI healthcare policy. So national research development innovation policy. Second, we need to have a centralized hub for the challenges and the solution. So anyone, anywhere in the country or in the health system should be able to say, here is the challenge, or someone has got an idea, here's the idea. It should be one-stop shop. Third, we need to have a dedicated organization overseeing healthcare innovation. Fourth, some incentives on the startups. And I think His Highness Prime Minister announced on the first day over here that we are going to help with 1 billion. And I think many countries are doing it. They are incentivizing. The fifth one, public-private partnerships. And I think they're a very good example. Qatar Foundation is an excellent example. And there are many more. Industry, the health service delivery organizations, and academia. If they don't partner, health care innovation doesn't happen. And this might be one of the ways we need to be thinking. The sixth one is education and training. We have got excellent universities over here. But if you look at those countries I mentioned, in the medical or healthcare curriculum, they inject innovation from very early on. And then there need to be a national data hub, which means that all the innovations you are heard, even in this one, the data is paramount, whether the patient data, and if you don't have a national data, it is very hard to do that. And last but not least, international collaboration. Because this is a good example, and which has basically, you people have led the way by bringing people from all over the world and actually creating a conducive environment for international collaboration. So I think these are the 8 essentials. Now coming back to the question, okay, what can we do? If I look at Qatar, there are some good pockets of excellence, starting from the first the national RDI strategy. There is national RDI strategy, but there's no national RDI healthcare strategy. So there's a difference, because we do have, and I think QRDI has done excellent work, that they come up with the strategy, but there's an element of health. Now, how we are going to deal with that? A Ministry of Public Health is going to launch the 3rd National Health Strategy in the coming months or weeks. And inshallah, in that one, there is a big element of innovation. So once the Ministry of Health and Her Excellency, the Minister of Health, says that this is the strategy for the next 7 years, then there's a big element of innovation. Then it means, inshallah, thing will happen. Second, we have a Qatar Data Health Information Exchange. It means we are going to pull the data from all the systems in the country, public, private, and we are going to make that data available to the entrepreneurs, others, depending on the data governance. This is the model we were leading, or I was leading in Scotland, and I was able to convince over here.
Great, thank you. I think the QRDI healthcare people are actually in the audience, Sarah in particular, and she's listening, so great. I'm going to open it up for questions, but first of all, Katrina, before I do that, what advice would you give to innovators or would-be innovators who are trying to foster or actually boost their innovations beyond apply to wish?
Definitely apply to wish. It was amazing. Winning was the icing on the cake, obviously, but it was also being selected to come and experience the entire, it was amazing actually, because we got coaching and then we got advice from, and everybody who came, it was really good people there from not only the region, but everywhere. So it was
how do you capitalize on that opportunity after Wish? Because you become a winner, and then you need to go out into the marketplace and then build your innovation.
Yes.
What have you really done to do that in the last year?
I had the opportunity to speak to the health minister of Saudi and spoke about home care and dialysis. So we did a project and see how we can broaden it in the future to include that solution. So that would be in the pipeline. It also that we got contacts and to sales distributor here to use Qatar as a gateway to the region. And we have met them 3 times since and want to get the product into the Qatari market, hopefully before October.
Yeah, absolutely great. So Professor Mahmoud, what guidance would you offer to health innovators encountering difficulties? But beyond that, since you've been here, I'm going to put you on the spot a bit, for the last couple of years, what has changed in your mind and what have you instigated in terms of making innovation easier or collating all that information? You, the RDI, are ever evolving, which is a good thing and sometimes a little bit of a bad thing. But I think that they're coming to the end of that transformation. So it'd be really good to connect those dots for you. But in the last 3 years, what have you done? Because I know you were spearheading innovation in the ministry.
Thank you. I think you briefly touched upon, but I liked it very well, because when we talked about innovation, and we are sitting in this environment, we think about technical innovation. And I think I see innovation on 3 fronts. First is policy innovation, then service innovation, and then technical innovation. And I think most of the time people use the word innovation about the technical side. And I think if we want to promote innovation, we need to look at the policy innovation. And it's not about the ministry, it's my role back home in the UK. The one big thing happened in the UK, we start looking at the policy, and there are many examples of policy innovation. Service innovation is very important, because how we deliver the services. And then come the technical innovation. So now the question that what I've seen in the last 2 years and then what we can do, again, I think a little bit structured in my head. I think there are 3, 4 things needs to happen or happening now. First one is that can we develop innovation, because that's the role of the development. QRDI comes into play. They have got a lot of programs where people can apply for grants. Second, do we have the skills mix which is able to help to improve the technical innovation? That comes the universities. We have got 3 very good universities, the Qatar University, the Hamad bin Khalifa University, and then the Doha University for Science and Technology. There might be more. I think that is improving, because you look at, if you go to their booth now, you will see they are very keen on the healthcare side rather than just the other sector. And the third thing which I found and which should be happening is the regulatory side, because ministry role is on the regulatory side. And when people contacted me or other colleagues in the ministry saying, I have got a product and I would like to get it registered. And Qatar is at the early stage. If you think about America, there's the FDA. If you go to UK, there's MHRA. There are a number of organizations. I think this is the area we need to develop, and we need to pave the way for the regulatory front.
Would you, just to cut in there, do you think that that's the job of the ministry, or do you think that's QRDI? I'm putting you on the spot again.
Look, I think most of the things I mentioned in innovation is a team game, because it is not possible that one organization say, okay, I'm going to, so we are having excellent collaboration with QRDI. I think we have a number of meetings. The whole idea is that we need to have the ground reality. The people who are sitting over here, they understand what are the challenges, and the ministry needs to be thinking in their regulatory hat. And then there is something in between we need to be thinking. So we need to work in collaboration rather than saying the ministry can develop it.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in and ask one QRDI person a question. Sarah, making this, we're reversing roles here a bit. In terms of creating a repository of healthcare innovation, how are we doing there? Because I know that's where you're working. Somebody give her a mic, please. Or I can give you mine.
Hi, Sultana. Thank you so much for this. It's such a timely question because just yesterday we were actually having a meeting discussing QRDIs being a hub for an open repository of all data sets that have been funded in terms of research. And we met with a representative from MOPH as well, talking about creating a collaboration, a joint funding collaboration between MOPH and QRDI, again, setting the stage for a data repository for all research areas under the partnership of MOPH and QRDI. So definitely we're working on that aspect.
Super, great. I'm happy to take questions if anybody has it. Please go ahead.
Hi everyone. I'm a doctor. I'm from Tunisia, and I'm a doctor, Dr. Bouzouita. I'm from Tunisia, and we created a medtech company. And our biggest problem was we didn't have the regulation part to certify the devices and to put it safely into the patient, so to put it in the work. It's been 5 years. We are developing a new expertise. So now we are becoming expert in CE certification, European FDA certification, UK also. Do you think there is, and our problem in my country is there is no collaboration between the ministry and people that are consulting for big firms that knows exactly the ground of certification and all the detail about documentation and safety and all the assessment that's needed? Do you think there is a place here in Qatar with the Ministry of Public Health to work with consultants that already do the job and knows exactly how to do it, and maybe can fill the gap actually, and maybe can give you innovation about how to do certification for the medical devices and innovation in health tech and medtech?
I think that question's for you, Professor Adil, but I did actually want to touch on another thing. Do you have collaboration within the GCC when it comes to innovation? Is there a particular network that you tap into?
I think both are excellent. I think, let me start. If I understood correctly, I think you tried in Tunisia, and I think there is not a very conducive environment about this doing. I think the Qatar has got a very good position. There are, we need more time, but there are wonderful pockets of excellence. If we can pull them together, we can make Qatar a very good test bed for ideas like that. So it's the regulatory side. It is basically Hamad is Hamad Medical Corporation is 14 hospitals. We have got Sidra. So that means we got a lot of data and we can use that. But how we can do that, that's the early stage. We are working with the relevant partners and we'll come up. And my suggestion to the ministry is, and I will help them in the coming months, that we need to put that information on our web by saying that if you are an innovator, you are very keen to look at the Arab, because I don't know what your product is, right? But the idea is that the Arab health population is unique. Most of the medicine, the drugs which have been developed and the innovations which have been developed, been very different, which tested out somewhere else. So we need to be thinking. I think you're right. GCC, I think we are talking about 2.8 million here, but if he joined the GCC, it is more powerful. Is there anything happening at the GCC level? This is the regulatory side. In my view, it should be at the GCC level. So if a country approved something, in the whole, the remaining 6 or 7 countries say yes, because it has been approved. If you ask me that who are in the most advanced, at this point in time in GCC, it is Saudi Arabia who is the most advanced, because they have set up the infrastructure over there. And I think rather than we should duplicate it, I think we need to find a way to collaborate.
Sounds good. Katerina, any last words before we launch the innovation competition?
Well, I can encourage anybody who has a medtech startup to apply. It was an amazing journey, and I would like to make a heartfelt gratitude expression to everybody involved. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your dedication in putting that in your hand, just to demonstrate your product today. We did ask for balloons and confetti, but we didn't get any, so here I'm going to launch the official launch of the innovation competition at Wish. This year, the competition has 2 categories: young innovators for innovators under the age of 30, and innovation showcases for more established innovators and entrepreneurs. This initiative aims to catalyze innovation in healthcare by providing a platform for innovators. When I say a platform, I really do mean that they are able to showcase their innovations at the summit, but we also provide them with guidance and how to pitch and post-summit support as well. So it is a really all-in-one package. It's a great deal. So we've launched, basically, and please do apply, anybody who's interested in applying. And if you're an innovator, especially entrepreneur, or if you know somebody who would be interested in applying, please check out the Wish website at wish.org.qa, and you will find a link to register your interest. And thank you again for joining us this afternoon, and I wish you a pleasant day. Thank you.
So, I believe we are set. I've counted, so we have the panelists, our moderator on board. Most of you have seen us already. We had the big luxury of helping QRDI with a little bit of program on around InsurTech. Our team has been working relentlessly to get this amazing panel up and running. So thank you very much. My name is Lars German, QRC Group Chief Business Officer. On this panel has been working Aisha and Ottman, so thank you both to making this happen. Without further ado, Sarah, you're the moderator of the panel.
So hello everybody, thank you for making it today. I'm super excited to be moderating this panel, so I'm going to be asking all the questions and all of the responsibility is going to be on them, which is a great way to be a panelist. So first off, I'm Sarah Daniel. I manage Doha Tech Angels. So we're an early stage angel investment club here in Qatar. So we invest in early stage technology businesses in Qatar, the region, and strategically other places of the world. And with us, we have a really, really, really cool set of panelists. First, Lars, so Chief Digital Officer at QIC Ventures, also leads investments through QIC Venture Partners. We have Zainab, which is a principal at Plus VC, which is one of the most active early stage VCs in the MENA region that also invests in diaspora. And for me, has been the best source of early stage leads for seed stage companies. We have Mohammed Al-Imadi, Senior Manager at Qatar Development Bank, QDB, which is the biggest investor of startups in Qatar. And finally, we have Enrique, which is a principal at Speed Invest, which is a European VC. They invest over they have €1 billion to invest in early stage tech companies. And he specifically identifies and nurtures fintech companies outside of Europe. So an interesting angle. During today's session, we're going to be talking about what are the criteria that investors look for when they're assessing investment opportunities, both the tangible criteria, but also the more intangible criteria that we look for. So my first question is going to be just a bit more general. So in general, what are the specific criteria, both of them, tangible and intangible, and it'll be directed to Lars. Through your programs, what are you looking for and what are the criteria that you're looking for?
Thanks, and maybe a couple of words about us, right? What we do, we are one of the biggest insurance companies here in the region. So we are not a corporate investor. We don't have hundreds of millions of funds that we invest. It's a small team and a rather smaller investment checks as well. But we really look into helping the ecosystem to grow. So if we invest, we not necessarily mean this by putting money into them. We help InsurTechs to grow by connecting with other insurance companies. We help them to grow by giving them the right advice or even capacity or fronting capacity. So this is what we do and how we do investments. And I think this sharpens also our eye on our own investment criteria. We want to see the benefit in the insurance ecosystem, ideally in QRC as well. So there need to be a connection. It doesn't need to be an exclusive provider, but there need to be a connection. And if the connection is there, then we put out the capacity, the capabilities we're having to invest. So a founder need to be in this direction.
All right, but can you talk a bit more about the criteria specifically? So for instance, when I understand that there needs to be a connection into the industry and the impact, so the beneficial impact. Do you have specific criteria that you're looking at that you like score in terms of tangible and intangible, or?
Yeah, I think insurance is a number-driven, data-driven business. So if you come with a business case that doesn't add up, it will not work. Yeah, so that's it. Point. Insurance people need to see numbers. The numbers need to work, add up. I think this is one thing. And then internally, we have a lot of discussions into this. How scalable is this model? And insurance is not really scalable. So you have this option. Yeah, do you want to do it for one market? Do this for 2 or 3 markets? Is the business plan valid enough? And I think this leads to the soft factors as well. So insurance is complicated. You either have a passion for it or you're out in a year because you really don't show it. So this means usually companies that we want to invest in have some experience in the insurance sector previously, because you need this endurance. You need to know the right people. You need to know how the insurance value chain works. And then obviously people, apart from the endurance, well, you need a good founder. Outspoken, yeah, but also able to control himself. And it's a almost schizophrenic way of thinking in the future, having your vision and take the people along with you, but be able to execute on a day by day, which is then really nitty-gritty of it. So I think there we are not different than any other investor.
Okay, great. Mohammed, I have a question for you. When you're balancing those criteria, when you're looking at the market size and the scalability and the business model and the traction, but you're also looking at the industry expertise and the complementarity of the team and things like that, how do you balance between both?
Yeah,
First of all, thank you, Sarah. Thanks to QRDI and thanks to QIC for hosting this session. And I would like also to welcome everyone once again to the Web Summit Qatar 2024. Very diverse audience here and the summit. So welcome to Doha once again. To address your question, I think partially it was addressed by my friend Lars. But it's when we look at very early stage investments specifically, you always deal with limited amount of data. So it's not very accurate that you will really have all the numbers that you need and to crunch to get into an investment decision. So you really need to rely on some what we call intangible elements. And for us, we really focus on the talents and the teams behind those solutions. We also try to understand the problem that the business is trying to solve for. I mean, today we have a lot of companies that one could say that they operate on a traditional sector, but we really focus on the underlying technology, especially with the advancement of the technology, the emergence of the deep tech, artificial intelligence, machine learning, the use of data to make decisions, and there where we see the value. So we look at these elements, we look at the team behind it, specifically for the early stage companies, more than looking at the numbers and at the actual data, because you always have that limitation of data. And I think always for the good venture capitalists, you need sometimes to follow your gut on some investments decision. So you don't really go with data only. You would have to use your experience, you would have to use your gut in taking early investment decisions, I would say.
Okay. Can you put a number on that? Can you give me like, is it 60% team? And then, or like, just give me a bit of a weight number.
Oh, that's a hard conversation. But look, at the beginning, I think it's more than 50% focusing on the intangible for the early stage startups. Once you exceeded the second or the third years of operation, then you really start to readjust the balance. You start to look at the cost, the underlying cost of customer acquisition, the underlying cost of market acquisition, and then you really start to build your decision on numbers. But on the very early stage, I would say it's more than 50% on intangibles, on teams, and the commitment of the teams is something really important.
Okay, great. Can we talk about an example? I don't know if Zainab or Enrique, whoever wants to talk about this. An example in which, through your investment process, an intangible aspect swirled the decision. So basically, made you decide to go for it or not to go for it. What was it exactly that happened? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's working. It's working now. Thank you for the question. Just to go back to the previous question, if I would put a number to that, it would be 70% intangible, 30% tangible. Because we come in early stage, so it's mostly investing in the teams. One example is a company that we've invested in pre-revenue, pre-launch. The rationale behind it was the team itself. The founder, I'm sure you know him, was one of the first employees at Kareem and then expanded it to the MENA region and Pakistan. Launched first month, made a certain amount of revenue, and then did more than 100 times more than that after. So investing in these people that have the experience, but at the same time able to understand the market and industry really well to tackle it, that would be one thing. And then in terms of how passionate they are and they believe in the vision of the company and building up the team as they go.
Great. You want to add to anything on that? Or should I?
Happy to give another example if you want. Yeah, well, first and foremost, thank you again for the invite. It is great to be back in Doha, and I gotta say, this event is top-notch. So congratulations to everyone that has been involved organizing it. Maybe as an example, and maybe stepping back here, the average time until you reach a unicorn status in the industry is between 10 and 12 years. Yeah? That's a long time. Yeah? And during that time, there's going to be moments where everything is going well, and there's going to be moments where everything is going not that well. And what you need to do as an entrepreneur is be resilient and keep on fighting and keep on hustling day in, day out. And that's something you either have or you don't, I believe. You can also train it, needless to say, but you either have it or you don't. And for me, a good example of this is we have a portfolio company in Europe that does revenue-based financing. No? We started the year, we always start the year saying we want to focus on these 3 verticals and we want to do 1 investment there. And then what we do is we look for the best companies within that sub-vertical and try to identify the best teams. And we were this close to do an investment into one of them. There was a really good team doing revenue-based financing. And then in the last call of the referencing, someone told us about another company. And we had a chat with them. After 30 minutes, I was like, we're doing this investment. We're not going to invest into this other company because the winning team is this. No? Once you know, you know. You mentioned last earlier the gut feeling, no? Once you have it, you have it. No? And we ended up doing this. It has become a fund returner, and now it's worth 1.6 billion. We invested at 10 million. So it has been a really nice journey, but it has been that resilience, that being better than the other ones in the same sub-vertical. And that is a pure intangible.
But maybe to add to this, and I think we always ask, and our investors are asked, what are criteria that you invest in? But I think if you see and hear between the lines, we are all humans. So you actually cannot put those into a statistical model, because in the end, it's persons and persons. How do you value persons, right? You put it in Excel and have criteria in there, but in the end, it's the gut feeling. So this is the key, right? So it's really about finding the right mix between the investor and the startup and see that there can be something together. So it's not numbers driven, it's personal driven.
Yes, it is. I actually, I always struggle with this because on one end, you think industry expertise and an entrepreneur that comes with industry expertise is actually better because he knows how the industry works, so he'll be able to, the ins and outs, he has a network that's there. But at the same time, I've also heard the contrary, that the entrepreneurs that come from the industry they're driven, the industry is too ingrained in them, so they won't be able to revolutionize or to disrupt it as much as someone who does not abide by the rules of that industry. So, and when you talk about these intangibles, you see moments where they work well, so and the opposite works well as well. So another example is when we talk about resiliency. So having an entrepreneur which is very strong-headed, which is very stubborn, and on one end, it's very positive because you want that kind of entrepreneur. And on the other end, he needs to be learnable. He needs to have an open mind and be teachable and learnability and all of those things. So how do you measure with these two? Any questions that you ask or frameworks that you use that enables you to kind of just nuance between those two extremes?
If I may take this one. I think there is a big difference between an entrepreneur and a manager. And sometimes you need an entrepreneur and sometimes you need a manager. So if I look at the beginning when you start a company, you need that hustler mentality. You need that person that is stubborn, that they tell them 20 times no and they say, well, someone will say yes, and they keep on fighting. And that it's very important there, I believe, also to be naive. If we look into Uber, there's so many companies that try to do the same as Uber. And the ones that managed to crack it were people that had nothing to do with taxis. But guess what? At Series B stage, the CEO got kicked out and they got in Dara, a manager. Yeah? So that's when you need a switch of mentality, you need a switch of capabilities, and the market know-how, a wider set of skills that are not the same one as from 0 to 1. Sometimes there's founders that you can go from 0 to 100, but sometimes you do 0 to 1, and then from 1 to 99 or to 100, you take someone else.
Yeah, I just want to add to what he said. So there's two ways to look at it, especially at an intangible way to measure those founders. It's both internally and externally. So how we start off once we speak to those founders, we ask them about their story, get to know the team before going into the data itself. So by getting to know the team, we do some observations of the way we challenge them with the question. How do they respond when we ask about their competitors? How do they respond to how much they understand about the market itself? And if there's a co-founder as well that we're meeting with the founder, we see whether this co-founder interrupts the founder when they're speaking, and the dynamics of the team itself and how well they work together, because that makes that there could be internal conflicts, and through those observations we could tell whether or not it exists. The second way is externally, so we go and we speak to other investors that have invested in those companies, for example, ask them about the founders, what's their feedback as a reference. Maybe also speak to some people within the team or other people that have partnered with them to see if they have those characteristics or not.
I just want to add to also what my colleagues mentioned. I think you asked a very good question. You know, sometimes the founder is not the right person to be the CEO, and as Enrique said, sometimes you need the founder for, or you need X or Y CEO for a certain stage within the company. But also there is a responsibility on the investors, specifically the majority owners on the cap table, and there is a huge role also for the board to put the right governance in place. And I think, because we spoke about the team earlier, when you have a very dynamic team, I think the founder at certain point will reach to that realization that they need to step down and just take a role in the board and let someone else lead. If it's a time to have a founder, a hustler, who has very high resilience, and that founder, he or she have done her job or his job, then it's time for him to step down and to bring someone else. A good entrepreneur would realize this. And I think it's also the role of the board and the investors to understand who should lead and when. And they need to be very solid about it. And one more element I think need to be addressed before taking the investment decision is really to put the right terms within any investment agreement or in the shareholder agreement to ensure that investors are protected. We have seen founders who managed to scale their companies to flourish, and we have seen some founders who had an amazing project or business who took their companies to a massive failure. So these are I think the two areas that we need to focus on from the investors' perspective, not only from the founders' perspective.
Maybe if I could just add 10 seconds, Mohammed, you said something that I think is so important, and in the region I'm seeing, and it's not ideal. All these convertibles, all these saves, they're a quick and dirty way to get money into a company, but it's not, I believe, on the long run, it's better to do priced rounds. Yeah? And so I think it's important that this changes with time in order to protect the interests of investors and to make sure that the books, the shareholders' agreements of a startup are done properly. So just wanted to add it because I think it's very important as the ecosystem matures that also changes.
Yeah, that is a really important point because I think those instruments are really important early stage, and I think they need to be there. So we didn't used to have them. So these are new instruments for us. So our part of the world started introducing them maybe 5, 7, 8 years ago max. So it's great that they're here now and that people know about them. But I'm seeing Series A plus being done on safes, and I think that's really bad governance. So yeah, definitely an important point. I'm going to ask you each to give me the most important quality in your eyes, or one of the most important qualities in a founding team or in a founder. And you can also add to that the worst quality if you want. Who wants to start?
The worst quality, I would say, if a founder is very arrogant. There are some founders that we speak to. As soon as we bring up like their other competitors, they'll be very defensive about it and only talk about how they do things differently, but not talk about how they do things the same. And I think ignoring that gives them the advantage of building up the business and gaining that competitive advantage, especially when it's time to expand into other markets. I would say the best quality is mostly, we see a lot of founders that are street smart, they're hustlers, they know how to speak to different types of people within the sector that they're operating with which leads them to execute and get things done and scale up the business. And I think, yeah, mostly being able to understand that industry and scaling it. The other thing is, from an investor's perspective, there are qualities as well that are intangible that we tend to ignore. So, for example, there could be certain sectors that we could be biased towards just because we don't understand or we're not experts in these certain sectors. So we shouldn't ignore that just because we don't know it. We should speak to other people and try to understand what the company is building and not just disregard those founders. The other thing is we can, based on being a founder that just graduated from university, looking at it by not having that much experience does not mean that the founder could build up a business and be a unicorn. We should also look more into it, and sometimes it's not the experience, it's just understanding the market and being able to get things done depending on the different talent that or skills that they have.
I think, and by the way, when we are speaking about these qualities and these experiences, I'm always related to actual cases. So we see a lot of companies, we see big deal flow. So whatever I'm mentioning here is really from practical and actual experience. I think the two qualities that I would look at is really you need a humble founder that's willing to continuously learn and pivot. That's something very important. Resilience is important. Being committed is important. But you need also to understand that one should always be humble and also hear the differences and the other opinions. That's one element. The second element is really you need a dynamic team. So the diversification of the team is something we focus on our investments, and we appreciate, and that gives an advantage to any founding team when we look at them. So I would say the dynamism and a humble team and a founder.
Happy to add one last one. I don't even know how to name it, but it's kind of like being able to surround yourself with the best ones. No? Because a founder is a founder, and this is a team sport. We're not playing golf. We're playing football or American football, where you have a lot of players with a lot of different positions, and you need to make sure that the founder can surround themselves with the best person that knows about legals, the best KYC person, or the best operations person. So what we do normally is we chat a lot to the C-level of the company, but also the second level below the management. And we try to find out, like, are these guys the best? Because if the CEO was able to convince the best in their subsector to join them, he's the right person, or she is the right person. So yeah, look who surrounds the founder. That's what we look at.
Right. I think just to add to that also, the founding team should kind of complement each other, because if you have three founders that have a background of tech, you don't see how they could kind of complement and add value in certain other areas like business development or sales or acquisition of customers. So I think also another skill to keep in mind is having a complementing.
Lars, do you have anything else to add about this one?
Look, I think for me, they all talked about humbleness, and we would like to see this in our investors, in our startups that we have in there. Obviously, you need a little bit more than humbleness, because you need to be strong. But it's a topic that I miss. So I came from Europe to this region, and the access to initial first capital is really easy here, which is not good in an entrepreneur's way of living, because he really gets his first check of 200,000 euros or dollars really fast with an idea, because he knows a couple of friends in this region, and just makes something with you. And just making something with you is actually the opposite of what we need. A humble person can have a vision, but actually know where it is. So we have seen a couple of companies that we looked into really deeply, and finally we did not invest because we haven't seen the capability of thinking beyond what is in the Qatari ecosystem.
That's interesting. It's actually interesting where it's backward, where you think that actually having too much access to funding too early is actually backfires. I wanted to add one more thing over here, and it's the clarity in the founder's ability to express their value proposition. Because we meet founders that are very technical, that are very sector specific, and if that founder is unable within 5 minutes to explain what he's doing very clearly and why he's better than competition, even if he's doing something very technical, like he's working on some Web3, or he should be able to explain very clearly, because I think that makes me feel like that's a very big red flag. If he's unable to clearly explain to me, then he's probably unable to explain to his staff or to his customer or to, so they need that clarity in expression, I think is also very important.
It's clarity of thinking.
Yes, no, and the ability, because as soon as they get technical and you're like, it's not being very clear, they start saying things like, it's because it's technical and you don't know the industry, and I feel like that's such a red flag, because you're not going to be working with only people that know your industry in general. Okay, I have one last question, and then I'm going to open it up for the rest of you. It's more about, do you look at diversity and cultural diversity when you're doing your investment process? So when you're looking at a deal, are you looking at, is there enough female employees or C-level or founders in this team? Are you looking at, is there diversity in terms of culture in the team? Are you actually looking at that at such an early stage or not really? Whoever feels comfortable to go for that.
Yeah, so 28% of our portfolio are female founders. We do look into diverse teams because each team member has or went through different experiences and understand the problem better so that they're solving. So we try to keep the team diverse and try to increase that percentage of female founders and empower women in our portfolio.
Great.
The reason why I'm passionate about venture capital, apart from obviously potentially getting the new unicorn and stuff, is the social impact that we have. And this sounds very fluffy, yeah, but it's real because we are investing into the next generation of startups, okay? And that next generation, that might be the next, I don't know, Facebook, that might has 1 million employees, or Amazon. So the rules that we set to our portfolio companies might affect millions of people in the future if we're really good at what we're doing. So the social responsibility of a venture capitalist is massive. Then going back to your question, do we keep it in mind when we're investing? When we're investing, obviously you look at it, you observe it, you want to invest into the best companies, but it's not when you invest when it's really important. It's what you do after the investment. Maybe you want them to track how many women are in the workforce, or maybe you want them to give proper maternity leave because maybe in 10 years you want that the company, if it is really successful, that they care about maternity leave. So that's how I would phrase it. It's obviously also when we're investing, but especially when we have invested.
So I will add to that, maybe from the angle of the impact, more than the diversity is really required when it comes to the skill set. Now, whether having certain number of female or having certain number of men in the company is something really depends on the founding team and the companies themselves. And we look at the team, we look at the company. As long as we have a competent team, then we are comfortable to invest, you know. And I think we have also a sizable portion of our portfolio with the women being on the founding team or on the C-suite within the company. And what we look also really at is the domino effect on the economy. Being a developmental financial institution, what we focus on is really the impact beyond the commercial impact. How much are we developing the ecosystem? How much are we developing the economy? How much jobs are we creating? If you look at our portfolio, till last year, our portfolio roughly generated 600 high-skills jobs. This year we hit, I think, 825 or more than 825. I think somewhere around 827 high-skills jobs created by our portfolio companies, and then the ripple effect just continue. So what we really look at is really diversity in terms of discipline, capable team, and how much, what's the social impact and development impact that we're creating in the ecosystem in terms of jobs, transfer of knowledge, and development of the ecosystem.
Lars, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think just adding the reality in this country and maybe even the region is that we are still learning diversity. I think we have to have this in mind when we invest in a company. Well, it's a process, as Enric says. Well, I can have an influence in getting diversity, and that obviously helps everybody. But how many founding teams you have seen that have even the male-female equity? We don't have, right? So we're on a journey here.
Of course. And I really like the point of, at the end of the day, it's about also the monitoring. Just monitoring trickles down. So if you ask your portfolio company to monitor their diversity, whatever that diversity might be like, that has an impact eventually. So that's great. Any questions from the yes?
Hi. Hi, can you guys hear me? Hi. Thank you. Stand up. I have to go down there? Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Ali. I work with QDB. Well, thank you for this panel. macro question. So we've been speaking about what you as VCs look at in entrepreneurs, right? If I were to flip that around, because can you guys hear me now? Okay, so I'm just gonna flip the argument because there are a lot of founders here who are coming in from the region and globally targeting VC funds to land here. And then there are local entrepreneurs here as well who are looking to raise the next round to scale. So if I'm an entrepreneur, what should I look into a VC fund, a regional VC fund, because most of you guys are regional funds, in order for me to raise the best capital for my company? So what would be the key areas for me to focus as an entrepreneur? And I just flipped the argument, so.
I'm happy to take this one. I think it's a good question. Thank you so much. This reminds me a little bit on don't think what the country can do for you. What can you do for your country? I really like it, and I think it's the right way to look at it. There is money, and then there is money that can help you open up doors. And I think it depends a little bit on which stage you're at. Yeah. When you're at pre-seed and seed stage, you need to find product market fit. That is your goal. And you need someone that helps you with that, be it through introductions to industry experts, be it to, I don't know, helping you hire the right people, no? The right people that you need to surround you with, those types of skills. Then you graduate from that one, hopefully, and you go to C to Series A, no? What do you want to do then? You want to probably scale. You found product market fit. You need someone that helps you optimize, in case you're B2C, optimize your return on ad spend. Someone that knows about marketing, someone that knows how to expand to other countries to get licenses. Then you go to Series A. Then you probably want to get access to growth capital. So for each stage, there's a different type of skill set that you need from your VCs. But the most important thing is who you're going to be working with on a day-to-day. Because you're going to be working with these people like this. You're going to see them eventually more than your wife or your husband. And you better get along well with them. You're going to call them at midnight when you have issues. And it's a very personal thing. So very long answer to a very good question. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we ran out of time. So sorry, I asked all the questions. I should have left more time for you. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for your time, panelists.
Can we have one group photo, please? Give me a second. We're having our next session in a minute. If you can please have your seats and clear the stage area, please. if you can have your seats, please, to start the next session.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to start this next session. Because of some hiccups, this was not publicized in the Web Summit app, and that explains why it's a little bit bare. But nevertheless, we'll press on. We'll do the talk. The title, as you can see, is an interesting title. Can AI and data help supply chains become anti-fragile? All right. Interesting topic. AI obviously is a hot stuff. Everybody's talking about AI. And not so long ago, it was big data and so on, right? So this talk would combine AI with big data to understand the supply chain industry. Okay, so with us to deliver the talk is Nidhi Gupta, who's the CEO and founder of a company called Podcast. Now, Podcast is a AI startup in the logistics business that is started in Singapore, right? So Nidhi came to present a part of the program earlier on about the project in Singapore where the startups are introduced to corporates, okay? So right now we'll ask her to talk about, more broadly, how AI and data could help supply chains becomes more anti-fragile. I don't know whether you are using anti-fragile. It's Nassim Taleb anti-fragile, right? If you have read the book, right, Nassim Taleb talks about things being anti-fragile, right? Which is a positive, a good quality rather than fragile. But we'll leave Nidhi to explain it. Yeah, Nidhi, please.
Thank you, Prof. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Is there a clicker? Yeah. Sorry. My name is Nidhi, and I'm the founder and CEO of Podcast. We're a company headquartered in Singapore, and we work on global supply chains and how we can make them more resilient and sustainable. So I'll talk very briefly about what we do and then focus more on the topic for today, which is focusing on a particular industry and figuring out what are the challenges in the industry where AI and data can have applications. I think throughout the morning we've talked about innovation and venture capital and looking at specific industries and where that can be applied. So this is looking at it from the other side on a particular industry. So at Podcast, what we do is we look at global supply chains in shipping, and we try and figure out where we can find exception management. So if there is a cyclone, if there is a drought situation in the Panama Canal, or if there is a crisis, let's say in the Red Sea, how are supply chains being impacted and what's going to happen to a particular shipment or a particular company's shipments, and can we find that in a more predictive manner? Then that relates into how we can figure out where cost optimization lies and basically being able to remove some of the costs and have direct impact to the bottom line, again, using machine learning and AI. And finally, how can we enable sustainability by looking at carbon emissions for every single shipment, every single cargo unit that's moving around the world. And this is something we do for global manufacturers and freight forwarders. So just going into the particular topic about supply chains in general, the news is saying that supply chains are broken. These are not my words. I think in the last few years, we've seen all the way starting from COVID, how disruptive that was for supply chains. But ever since, we've had multiple things like cyclones or drought situations, the war, geopolitical conflicts, port strikes, etc. Every time something happens, that impacts supply chains. And McKinsey basically has a study that over a course of a decade, companies can expect profits to be erased by almost half a year worth of profits because of all these disruptions. Now, that is really significant. So given all these disruptions, if you look at what's the impact on supply chains, here's a way to look at the impact. This is an index created by the Fed, and they measure the global supply chain pressure index. And if you can look at that from 2020 onwards, of course, since COVID, we've just had constant pressure on supply chains globally. If we look at how companies are dealing with it, so this is a survey from Gartner where they talk to global supply chain officers, and almost 80% of them believe that uncertainty is here to stay. It's not going anywhere, and it's only going to get more intense. So how does that impact companies? More than 60% of them look at uncertainty contributing to loss. They won't be able to make any gains from it. They won't be able to keep their revenues or sustain their business, but it's going to be a loss. That's being a fragile supply chain. So there's a Lebanese-American statistician who wrote a book about anti-fragility, and that's what the prof referred to as well. What he talks about is that if you think, and he started looking at this when he was exercising, when he was going to the gym. So he was practicing deadlifts of 330 pounds, and he realized that every time he did that again, he realized that the body was actually ready for maybe 335 pounds. So the body was constantly ready for more tension, more stress, and that's kind of how human body works. And that's a principle of anti-fragility, that the more you apply stress, the more, if there's a dynamic change and if there's a need to change yourself, that's going to be much more beneficial for any entity, any company, any body, and that's the principle of anti-fragility. So it's moving beyond being resilient, where you're sort of blocking the disorder or the disruption to come and impact you, but it's really thriving in face of disruption. So that's the concept of anti-fragility. Again, there's a lot of concept around this on what it means to be fragile, what it means to be resilient, and what it means to be anti-fragile. I just want to pick on two of these. So anti-fragile essentially loves uncertainty. So it really thrives in the form of uncertainty. And in terms of data, because we talk a lot about real-time data, I think what is really interesting is that anti-fragility is not talking about more and more data, but it's talking about enough data so that you can actually take decisions and move experiments, be dynamic about experiments. So that's what anti-fragility concept is. And in terms of the building blocks behind it, this is what we believe are the three main building blocks of how supply chains could be anti-fragile. So the first being, if you know what's where, if you have enhanced visibility and transparency of all of your shipments, all of your assets, all of your suppliers, your customer base, what's where. Once you have that visibility and you have that bird's eye view, that's the fundamental block of really building anti-fragility. The second is to not have a single point of failure. So I think in the last few years, we've realized how if you have all of your suppliers in a particular location, or if you have all of your customers being serviced by a particular asset base or a particular carrier, for example, then there's higher risk. So redundancies are not bad. The redundancies or having sort of more meat on the bone in terms of the supply chain can actually be to an advantage. And that's the second principle of anti-fragility. The third is that once you have that visibility, once you know all of your shipments where they are, and once you've kind of made supply chains more decentralized, then to be able to plan supply chains more dynamically, so that every time there's a demand fluctuation, every time something disruptive happens, can you actually understand those fluctuations and react to them in a more dynamic manner? So those are sort of the three building blocks of anti-fragility. So then the question is, can AI and data basically help supply chains be anti-fragile? And this is kind of where we believe that the three steps to being anti-fragile lies. The first is to have good enough data. You have the right data. To be able to have data that you can trust, to get it from multiple actors in the entire supply chain, to aggregate it, harmonize it, make it speak the same language. And that's where the first aspect of data orchestration lies. Once you have this data, then it's about making it predictive. Then it's about using that machine learning and AI and figuring out how different patterns can be observed. And the third is to be able to make those decisions more dynamic. So here are some examples. The first one is in terms of the data. So can we have a bird's eye view of what's happening around the world in terms of all the shipments, all the ports? And this is an index about port congestion around the world. So if you look at it, this is just from last week. The dots on the map are any port in the world. And if they are red, it means that there's more congestion, there's more disruption. And the size of the bubble is how much congestion there is, how much disruption there is. So if you look at it from a bird's eye view, you would see that all the ports around the African continent are red. And essentially, that's a function of what's happening geopolitically right now. More ships, more congestion are actually moving through the African continent. And here's sort of statistics of one of those ports in red, which is Dar es Salaam. And as you can see, the traffic and the waiting times, the congestion has been increasing. So this is one type of having visualization, having more transparency, having more data that you can have bird's eye view on. So next, coming to, once you have the data, can you start making predictive insights from it? And that's where AI starts to come in. So here's an example of the port of Hamburg. And because the Rhine water levels in the port of Hamburg were low, that means that a certain size of ships could not enter near the port. And as soon as there's data which is talking about the Rhine water levels, there's data which is talking about the size of the vessel which can come in with that water level or not, there's data about what's the normal traffic at Hamburg port, that's when AI can start to piece all these together and find patterns and say, okay, we're seeing more congestion, we're seeing more impact, we're seeing more delays, and that's where reactions or assessment of how do you manage such congestion can be taken. So one way of how AI can help. Another example here is, again, coming back to the Red Sea disruption. So here's a ship, and it was supposed to go from Egypt to Kenya. And typically, it would go via the Red Sea. But because of the situation at the moment, the ship has to go all around the South African continent. And that has an impact on the time it takes, the cost of freight, and the carbon emissions. And again, these are situations where AI can come in and look at different patterns. It can look at what's the typical route that a ship takes, what's the typical carbon emissions that are there, and it can basically start predicting it and telling us what the impact is going to be. And then looking at the final sort of block, which is about decision making. So again, this is where AI starts sort of getting even more stronger, and sort of generative AI is something that can be used, which starts capturing data from multiple sources, not just structured data, but also unstructured data, documents, news, trade patterns, etc. And once you have all of that, it starts being able to be intelligent enough to say, how do you plan your forecasts and your demand more dynamically? Not like a business plan, which is once a year, but more dynamically. And that's, again, really powerful from making it anti-fragile, so that you don't wait for the next cycle of demand planning, but you're doing it more dynamically. Another example in terms of decision making is looking at exception management. Again, something where generative AI has a role to play, where you can start looking at what are your contracts saying. You can look at what are the SLAs that you have, the documents that you have, going down to shipment level, and basically being able to figure out what's the impact of any specific disruption on the supply chain. So that's kind of, in a gist that the areas in which AI and data can help make supply chains more anti-fragile and more dynamic. So start with getting the right data, getting enough data, then using machine learning to basically start converting that into predictive insights, and finally being able to embed that into the decision making of any company. Yeah, that's what I have from today. Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions, anybody? So maybe let me ask a question, right? So how much have you used this in actually serving your customers? Can you cite some examples, for example?
Yeah, so in our company podcast, for example, AI data, real-time predictive analytics is actually it's an integral part of what the product does. And I think the power of AI is once it starts translating into actionable insights and it starts changing decisions. So, for example, the exception management that we talked about, those are things that we absolutely do in terms of finding sustainability in the supply chain, and how do you uncover more optimization to make it more sustainable. That's absolutely something that we do with customers.
So this is part of a suite of other things that you do, right? So do you have any numbers, right? Like how much would this typically, I suppose we are just using sort of average numbers, how much would this help or save a company that uses this versus not using it? Yeah. So the value that this adds.
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of buckets in which AI and data sets and basically productizing that enables supply chains to be more efficient. But to quantify that, there's one a bucket of making it more productive, so someone doesn't have to do a manual job, but it all gets automated. The second bucket is to actually optimize the supply chain cost to reduce that for the company. And the third is in terms of being able to make more money, making customer experience better. So, high level, just sort of combining all of that, the approximations have been about 16 to 27% in terms of the total benefit that a company can get on a real-time basis.
No, 16 to 20% of what?
16 to 27% of the total cost of the supply chain.
Total
can
cost
actually
of
be
supply chain.
improved.
Wow, that's quite significant. Yeah, that's we are talking about for big companies is millions, right? Okay. Any other questions? Okay. If not, you have a question?
Nidhi, thanks very much. Just a question on Gen AI, because you gave a Gen AI example. It's relatively new. So are you seeing, are you being able to embed it with accuracy, or are you seeing any challenges around that part of the module?
Yeah, I think Gen AI, I believe, is at a very early stage or more hype stage of technology. So it's more at an experimentation at the moment. For example, answering questions, helping customers, helping users to basically figure out and ask questions to a particular tool or a particular data set. So those are sort of experiments that are being used. I think the power of Gen AI starts coming in when it starts to read business documents, enterprise level documents. It starts to read news and external media information. So, if there is a container which has fallen off a ship, if read that news and then sort of link it with all of the structured data, that's when Gen AI starts becoming interesting. Or if we can link a contract document, financial terms of when payments in a particular shipment needs to happen, that's when it starts becoming impactful. So, but I think in terms of ROI, it's still at an early stage. It's still being experimented more and more on.
Okay, but I'm sure we're going to see that coming
Absolutely. I think within the next couple of years, it will be a lot more advanced.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give a hand to Nidhi.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us today at this session. It's a special session for Qatar Financial Center because we have a partnership with QRDI as MOU partners. So today we'll share a little bit about what we do, why we're here, and how you can tap on our support. So my name is Abby Chen. I'm part of the business development team at Qatar Financial Center. And here is my colleague Hussein Majid, Aditya, and Rick Liang, who is from a startup based in Singapore. So first of all, I would like to have Hussein to talk a little bit about Qatar and what is the business landscape here. So Hussein, share a little bit about why Qatar, and because there's a lot of comparison between Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. So what is the business landscape here, and why would people want to do business here?
The business ecosystem in Qatar is growing rapidly, and there's a few reasons for why the business ecosystem is growing. We have had events such as the World Cup, the Asian Games, and Web Summit now to attract businesses and companies and put Qatar on the map itself. Qatar is not as saturated as Dubai is, and this makes it easier for businesses and entrepreneurs to come and succeed in the Qatari market. Whereas in Dubai, they have a lot of competition. It would be way harder for them to stabilize themselves as a business in Dubai with all the competition they have around them. And also, with having Web Summit come over this year, seeing the progress and the amount of companies QFC has signed up shows a really promising future for Qatar in the tech side, which is our main goal at this moment, as our Prime Minister said. So yeah, we're hoping to having the Web Summit for the next 5 years as well.
Yep, and you will be interested to know that Hussein is also an aspiring entrepreneur. He has run several businesses himself as well. So there's really impressive background. And although he's just a fresh graduate, but he has a really good track record in doing business. So other than running your own business, of course you also have a day job with QFC. So everyone would like to know, okay, what are the benefits of setting up in Qatar through Qatar Financial Center?
So it's been around 6 months I've been at QFC, and there's a lot of benefits with setting up in Qatar Financial Center. One of the main benefits is having 100% foreign ownership. We are also an onshore platform and not part of the free zone, which enables businesses to operate and do business with the government entities and also businesses around Qatar and the world itself. We have a low tax rate of 10% on locally sourced profits and a double taxation treaty with over 80 countries, where you don't get taxed back at your own country.
In addition to what Hussein mentioned, maybe a lot of you may compare us to DIFC or even ADGM in the region. So you may be interested to know what are the key differences. So although we are Qatar Financial Center, we are not a free zone. We are onshore jurisdiction, unlike ADGM or DIFC. So that means you can operate anywhere else within Qatar mainland. And because we are onshore, that allows you to participate in government tenders. And also, there is no restriction doing business with overseas customers as well. So this is really important to know. And of course, like Hussein mentioned, we have 100% foreign ownership. So obviously, sometimes if you want to set up business in other parts of GCC region, and even in Qatar with mainland with the ministry, that will require you to have a local sponsor. Yep. So next, you want to?
We also operate under the English common law, which enables us to have our own courts and lawyers and judges from around the world. So if there's any problems with companies, you would come to our own courts and have everything done with one sitting instead of going to the mainland court and having multiple sittings with them.
Yep, so these are something that is really important, to keep in mind. So next we'll share a little bit about the fintech landscape, which is also flourishing in Qatar. So we have our resident expert in the fintech landscape, Aditya, who will share more about the fintech landscape here.
Thank you, Abby. Hi, everyone. Very nice to see you. Hope you have enjoyed the Web Summit. I certainly have. Quite a lot of interactions and interesting ones. And we hope to have it growing exponentially over the next coming years. Now, with regards to fintech, it has been very clear and evident that it's a focus, a national focus, a part of the national strategy, a part of the Qatar Central Bank's strategy, and under execution. Not only just a talk, but we are seeing a lot action happening in last few months and years there has been a growing interest from fintechs around the world to come and establish in Qatar. And apart from what my colleague Abby and Hussein mentioned, we also see Qatar as a very family-oriented and a very stable country, right? Which everyone would like, right? And to be a resident in. There is a budding entrepreneurship around the state of Qatar. And the education system over here is very supportive as well. We have top universities stationed here in Qatar, which provides a lot of ample talent, both from the tech side and the non-tech side, which supports the entire ecosystem altogether. We have also been seeing evaluation of these fintech companies growing over the period of time. Now they are getting more mature. They are expanding outside Qatar to a nearing jurisdiction and even far off. They are attracting more investors. And the recent announcement of setting up a fund of funds focused on fintechs is again a very big push in that direction, which will certainly help the local companies as well as the companies, fintech companies who have been exploring Qatar as a ground. So we are very helpful, and from the QFC side, we work very closely with these fintechs. Some of these fintechs who are budding or are in a very nascent stage right now, we try to provide all kind of helps we can in terms of mentorship, in terms of guidance. And we are not alone in this journey. It's an entire community effort which comes to place. We have QRDI, you have QFTH, we have TASMO, and there are many other organizations who are working in the same direction. So it's not silos, but we collaborate with all of these organizations together. We have our own strengths, and we leverage on these strengths to contribute to the national growth.
That's really interesting to know. But of course, I'm sure a lot of us are interested to know about what kind of support and initiatives QFC has for startups. So maybe share a little bit about what kind of projects or in the pipeline.
Sure. So some of the very common support system what we have is first is what does these fintechs need? They need support in terms of guidance, in terms of mentorship. So we collaborate with QFTH, we collaborate with other organizations to bring subject matter experts and to help and guide these fintechs. We also set up certain programs, events where these fintechs can demonstrate their capabilities, interact with outside world, and to learn from them. We also collaborate with corporates like Google Cloud and MasterCard, through which we run several programs, either educational in nature or accelerated programs. We closely collaborate with QFTH on the incubator and accelerator program which they run, and to see how we can bring all the support around.
Great. So of course, we also have the Innovation Dome, right? And also Tech Circle, among other initiatives. So maybe you could share a little bit more information on that as well.
Sure. So apart from incorporation and all these educational programs, we also have to develop this entire ecosystem, the fintech community. So for that purpose, we have established a tech circle where it's a co-working space which all of the fintechs can use it free of charge. There are two purposes. One is to provide them with the infrastructure where they can come and operate from. They do not have to go out and rent a space because, again, it's a cost burden on them. And the second purpose, which is the bigger one, is in terms of bringing all these fintechs together so that they can learn from each other, they can collaborate with each other. And we have had multiple cases in which they have helped to solve problems, common problems amongst themselves. And we want to see more of that happening because we believe that this will bring the community into an organic mode where they themselves are helping each other, and it's sustainable and good for long run.
Yep. Thanks. And also what's really important is that the QFC as a platform, we are fully digital. I'm not sure how many of you have, I recognize some faces here who kickstart the process for licensing. But some of the companies that register on the first day of Web Summit have already received their incorporation certificates. So this is how quick we are in terms of digitalization and also going forward, meeting the sort of National Vision 2030. So last of not least, we have Rick with us, who is part of a startup in Singapore. So I would like to invite Rick to share a little bit about your profile, your company, and how did you kickstart this journey in Qatar?
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity for me to share from the company side. So we are a healthcare AI company with aim to transform healthcare through data intelligence. So what we do is basically we provide evidence-based solutions to various stakeholders in the healthcare industry to help them unlock the value of data to enable better health outcome and economic outcome. So we started from Southeast Asia. So we had, we were very fortunate to be able to work with Ministry of Health in Singapore, Brunei, A-Star in Singapore, and many health clusters to help to support with the transformation of the healthcare industry, and also in the same process develop many technology AI applications that we can bring to other parts of the world. Then we grew to United States. Then we have been trying to come to this region. Why Qatar? And Qatar and the Middle East overall is a very key strategic market for us because it's a single-payer country. So it is where we do see a lot of potential to to transform the healthcare industry on a national level. And we are inspired by the vision in 2030, and also we see the commitment and a lot of real execution in reality on through digital transformation, through AI. I'm sure through the Web Summit, everything is AI very inspiring. So that's where we see great potential. So our journey with Qatar has been fantastic, and we started actually 2 years back. Initially brought in by investor Qatar IPA. To actually help us get into the country to talk to different stakeholders, where we actually got to know about the TASMO. Then we signed up as one of the TASMO participants, and we were fortunate to be selected as one of the finalists and won the innovation award also for last year's batch. Then we have determined to set our presence here. Then we had the opportunity to first meet with QFC last year. Actually through the Web Summit, we just complete our process. So I think everything has been, the whole ecosystem has been very supportive for us to understand the market really well, before we, set up so that we are committed, then we can grow together, yeah.
So for context, TASMO is one of the accelerator programs in Qatar. So we ourselves have several partnerships. So the likes of, for example, Cubic, DIC, TASMO, etc., all of whom are actually somewhere in the Web Summit. So our partnership goes like this. As a startup, if you participate in any of this incubation or acceleration program, so you would get a free office space with us for the first year. But however, some of you may already know, as part of the Web Summit offer, if you get registered with us now at our booth, just somewhere near the entrance, you get 5-year fee waiver. And the process is really straightforward. Come to our booth, scan the QR code, input your information, and one of our representatives would attend to you. So we stress again that for us, we are really into helping the whole digital ecosystem grow, and Rick has joined this journey. So of course, we also would like to know, you have been in Qatar for a while now. How do you compare the startup ecosystem in Singapore, US, and Qatar?
Yeah. Overall, I think a few points, right? Overall, it has been very friendly, open. As I said, I mean, it's actually everything is digital, so it's really easy to do business online and even live here. I have been to Doha many times. I actually never used the cash, so that's impressive. And in the meantime, because a lot of the ecosystem partners, potential clients are centralized, so it is very accessible and easy. And I also feel it's a very collaborative environment. Because for healthcare, we're doing healthcare, so research is a big part. So we had with QRDI, and also had the opportunity to meet with the Qatar Foundation, program, Cedral Medicine. So they have been also all very supportive and willing to collaborate. So I think the overall experience has been good. And it actually feels very similar to Singapore. I mean, that's a similar experience. Yeah.
Okay, that's really good to know. So I would also like to, kind of ask for your experience in, of course, having our guidance in the process. Because, of course, we heard about you from our partner Invest Qatar, and you are now sort of onboarding with us with QFC. So how has that journey been for you?
Yeah. So we first selected QFC primarily because initially primarily because we need an onshore entity, because what we do is not international training, but really we want to localize here, build the technology, grow our business here. So we need an onshore entity to to have the government contract. But then the following process has been actually beyond our expectation with more support. So as I mentioned Tasmo before, we were actually assigned a mentor from QFC, Mr. Khalid, who is expert really in the healthcare industry, in the insurance industry, provided a lot of insights along the way and connected us to many stakeholders. Then also the QFC is also like always like accessible. Whenever we have questions, we can ask and help us connect with the right people. And also, like as I mentioned before, because everything is online, fast, efficient. So yeah, it is actually like experience has been great. Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know as well. We didn't pay him to say all these. So I think for context, again, for some of you who are not based in Qatar or in the region, so it is quite common to have several licensing platforms in the country. So as a foreigner, when you arrive in GCC or, it doesn't matter, UAE or Qatar, you get confused by, oh, there are a lot of free zones, there are a lot of licensing platforms, but what does that mean? So I'll just give a very simple overview. So in Qatar, there would be, I would say, four main ones. So there is the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So they license all activities without restrictions. So if you want to open a cat cafe or you want to do a gym, yes, no problem, go to the ministry. But that means you need a local Qatari sponsor that will take up 51% shareholding of your company, okay? Second is Qatar Free Zone Authority. So as the name suggests, they are a physical free zone. So what they do is they have physical boundaries near the airports and ports. So they are more concentrated on things like export-oriented activities, like manufacturing, logistics, or anything that doesn't touch the mainland. So today, if you just want to do trading, but export-oriented, yes, they would be the perfect platform to go to. However, because they are offshore, so you may face some challenges doing business with what we call Qatar entities. The third one is QSTP, so Qatar Science and Technology Park. So again, they are a free zone. And what they do is they concentrate more on R&D, innovation, sort of, I would say, startup ecosystem. Again, they are free zone. So with Free Zone Authority and QSTP, both have no corporate tax and both also allow 100% foreign ownership. Okay, so get that in mind. The fourth one is us. We also offer 100% foreign ownership. So what is the difference? We are onshore. We are not a free zone. So what that means is they allow you to participate in government projects, but also bear in mind, Hussein has mentioned that we have our own court. So compare us with ADGM and DIFC. In the case that you have a legal issue with DIFC and ADGM, you need to go to both their courts and also the state court, because this is not recognized. For us, we are onshore. So today you have an issue, you come to our court. And by the end of the session, you win the case, you can go to central bank to collect your money instantly. You do not have to go to the court twice. So this is a really strong infrastructure that we offer as an onshore jurisdiction, and we have no physical boundaries. And also another thing that is really important is on the visa. For some of you, you may be familiar with ADGM and DIFC. So when you do business or you set up an entity with them, your visas, the number of visas is tied to the size of your office. So the more visa, the more people you want to hire, The bigger your office, the more expensive it is. For us, we do not collect rent. So we are not the landlords. You don't rent an office from us. So it's important to know that today, let's say you have a small office space, but you would still like to hire like 10 people. That is not a problem. We have no quota on nationalities. So if you want to hire 20 people from your home country, it is possible. So again, this is a really good benefit because with the free zone, they do have the visa restriction in place. We do not have that. I hope everyone kind of like understand our benefits better from this really short overview. So once again, I would like to thank all our speakers. We are now open for any Q&A. Please feel free to shoot any of us questions. Okay, so for Qatar Free Zone Authority, so his question is, what is the restriction in the free zones here? So in the case of Qatar Free Zone Authority, because you pay them rent, so you need to rent a physical office space within the physical free zone. So the number of visas is tied to the size of the office.
Oh, so it's not just the DIFC and ADGM.
Yes, free
it's
zone
also
here
the
as
Qatar
well.
free
Yeah.
zone.
But not for us. We don't have that restriction.
So that's in terms of the number of people you can hire. Okay.
Yeah. Questions?
Hello, thank you very much for the very interesting panel. You spoke about the fact that you have your own court. What about the free zones? How do they generally manage legal problems?
They borrow our court.
They do okay.
So currently they do not have their own court. So we have an agreement and MOU where they use our court for now.
Okay,
for
so
now.
so we would use your court anyway.
Yes,
For now, okay, thank you.
for now.
Yeah, I have one question. I missed out hearing the full offer of Web Summit for incorporation. If you can kind enough repeat it.
Hussein, you wanna the Web Summit offer?
Can you repeat the question?
You mentioned that there is an offer for Web Summit, incorporation offer, 5 years something. I didn't hear it very well. So if you can repeat it, please.
So basically, for the Web Summit for the 3 days, we have an offer of waiving fees for 5 years, which waives the application fee of $5,000. It waives the yearly renewal fee of $5,000 each year, and we also have tax waivers for 5 years. So you can fully be operational and licensed by us within a day for free. We also provide office space for 3 to 6 months for you to start up in Qatar, and then from there on you would go to one of the 80 designated buildings we have and rent an office or a business center.
I think they have a question up there. The gentleman, yeah, up there.
Thank you. We pay the rent for you? No, so for 3 to 6 months, you would have an office in one of our buildings, which is Qatar Financial Tower 1, Center Tower 1. You'd be working in our tech circle for 3 to 6 months, and then you'd have to go and rent your own office. No, we do not pay. No, we do not pay for your office.
There's a question up there.
Yes, sorry, I was a little bit late to the event. Apologies if this was covered already. But in addition to the clearly very high quality legal system that you have through QFC, through the QFC courts, do you know, can you speak very briefly about any history that you have of those judgments actually being enforced and executed in other jurisdictions, both mainland Qatar, right, so in the state, and maybe even in other jurisdictions, if you can speak on that?
So for those that are enforced in our court is actually on our public register. So everything is public information, including all the penalties and anyone that breaks our regulations and how much they are fined is all on our public register. Yeah. And
Sorry. Just building on the Web Summit offer, does that expire end of day today? It's end of day today, so they have a few hours left.
Yes.
And then is it open to startups that are, obviously there's like 900 startups here today from outside of Doha, but you still have like people in Doha that may be wanting to set up their and register their business. Is it eligible for people who are currently in Doha that want to set up their business as well?
When you say in Doha, you mean in Doha but not at the Web Summit?
Yeah, so they're in Doha, they're in the Web Summit.
Yeah,
so it's open to anyone from Web Summit, regardless of whether you're already based in Doha or outside of Doha.
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
But of course, I would like to add on to Hin's point. So some of you might not be able to finish your application, and or you have friends who wanted to come but couldn't get a ticket because this is a sold-out event. So as part of our partnership with QRDI, so selected startups, of course, you need to have what we call permitted activities that we can license. Like I mentioned before today, if you want to set up a cat cafe or you want to open a gym, this is something we cannot license. But if it's like a tech or like consultancy, B2B professional services, you can come to us. And QRDI has run several innovation challenges. So if you are part of that program, you are also eligible for the free office and fee waiver. But this is subject to further approval. This is outside the Web Summit. It's only specific for our partnership with QRDI. Any other questions? Oh, all right, thank you. Last word, if anyone wants to know where we are right there under Startup Qatar. So if you haven't already spoken to any of us, please approach us at the booth there and we'll see you. Thank you.